Okay, I just thought I'll go live now. I'm on a long drive to Houston right now. Uh, we saw the CO number 20 get moved back to the pad today. It's sitting over there near the orbital launch tower. If it's going to go to the suborbital launch pads, I'm not sure yet. They could just put it on the orbital launch pad itself, I guess, if they want to. Some people have asked me why I wasn't over there live streaming it and covering it, rolling out. As I've explained to some people, I have to make a living. I'm working to make ends meet. I don't make any money off this YouTube channel. So I've been driving people around. And I had a lot of airport runs today. And right now I'm currently heading to Houston to pick someone up to take back to Brownsville. I wish if I had time to sit over there on the pad and cover everything that goes on over there. We do see serial number 20 out there. They're still missing quite a few tiles. So I guess they're going to be putting those tiles on at the pad. We do see a lot of upcoming road closures and beach closures, which means they are planning to do some testing. There is no flight restrictions, so no launch yet to be talked about. But the question is, how is that going to work? What type of problems is SpaceX going to run into? What are the demands that the FAA is going to have on SpaceX? And sorry about the angle of the camera. My phone mounts pretty low. But yeah, what is the FAA going to require SpaceX to do? Will they want the entire island and Port Isabel evacuated for a launch? And is that even possible? I mean, there's a lot of businesses, there's a lot of hotels, a lot of people staying on the island. How in the world can you get everybody to leave? That's a lot of money right there. I mean, you don't have to pay these people. Some of the hotel owners that I've talked to said that yeah, they have to evacuate. They're happy because they'll make millions off of that. They expect SpaceX to pay them. And is that reasonable? You know, the beach there at the jetties, where I normally film the launches at, is about 6 miles from the pad. So that's pretty close. And even though the launches were only using 3 engines, a lot of people say the windows are rattling and shaking. And yeah, they were. I don't think they were shaking any more than someone driving down the street with their boombox playing. I found that to be louder than what I experienced Starship producing. Now, granted, when it first launches, you know, we don't hear as much until it gets off the ground. More of a direct line of sight between us and the ship, then it becomes more clear. But I don't find it deafening. Again, I don't make any money off of YouTube. If anything, I sink a lot of money into it. All the cameras, laptops, and everything I do, including hotel stay, is coming out of my pocket. I don't get on here and beg for donations. I don't, I haven't even really set up a Patreon account. I mean, there is one there. It's just, I've never really sat down to work on it. I have not made much merchandising. I do have tons of pictures. If I had time to sit down and work on them, I would love to be able to come up with some pictures and some captions and what have you. I do keep quite busy driving to make ends meet. Yes, I can go and get another job somewhere or go back home to Louisiana and go back to doing my normal work in the computer field. But that doesn't give me a chance to sit here and watch what's going on with SpaceX. Not having my car for 4 months really kind of hurt things. I was hoping to make a lot more money back on those months that I didn't have it during the busy time of the island. Then I could have spent more time covering things. Right now I'm playing catch up. The summer season is starting to kind of wind down, so it's getting slower on the island, which makes it a little bit harder for me to make money, but hopefully the hotel rate will go back down, making it easier for me to stay longer and hopefully be able to do this. The camera I have does a fairly decent job for YouTube. The pictures look okay. I used to do photography back in when I was a kid, back in the 80s. So I'm used to the old film days, and the quality of the film was so much better. I would love to sit there and get a real nice camera to be able to get some very high detail pictures, but those cameras are quite expensive. But I am using sort of what a lot of people are using. There's only, a few people using the same camera as me, but as I go out there and film more and take pictures, people see the camera I have and they go out and they wind up purchasing the same camera. We got Boeing with their capsule that they just can't seem to launch, which is sad. Those guys used to be really good at things. I'm not sure what's happened, why they're having so many problems now. Actually, I kind of do know why. Everything's spread out amongst so many different vendors trying to work together to get one thing to work. And it's difficult. Being an independent contractor in the IT field, I've had to deal with multiple different vendors. You go to a site to do a job and you have to deal with 3 different vendors, and each one has different directions and different ways of doing things, and you have to figure out which one you want to appease and do it that person's way. It does make it difficult when you have different directions. So Starliner, yeah, they may have an issue with a lot of different vendors doing things differently. SpaceX is doing a good job of keeping everything in-house. They're keeping things pretty cheap and low. They're moving their Raptor engine production to Texas. They're constantly growing and expanding Starbase. It never slows down there. In order not to miss something, you have to pretty much just live there with the camera rolling all the time. And that's not easy to do. Because you never know what time of day or night they might be sneaking in an engine or another part. They really do work at the friends that I know that work there at SpaceX, They don't even know what's going on half the time. They can't tell me what's rolling to the pad when. They don't know. Even one of them was at work at his office there when a static fire went off. He didn't know they were doing a static fire test that day. And he's an employee. It'd be nice to know in advance what's going on over there to be able to go and set up and take pictures and stuff. For me, that's a 2-hour round trip just to get to Boca Chica and back to the island. That's 2 hours plus whatever time you're there. So to go out there on a day where there are intermittent road closures and to sit there for many hours hoping they might move something or might do something is not easy to do, because you're taking that time out of when you could be making money to make ends meet. And that's the hard thing. And with COVID-19 out right now and the new variant, the Delta variant, I'm not sure what's going to happen next. Even back home in Louisiana, it's getting difficult there. More hospitalizations. I hope all of y'all are staying safe. I'm not going to go and tell y'all to get vaccinated. That's y'all's choice. Personally, I did get vaccinated. I do understand, there are risks with that. But this COVID has made things difficult for everybody. And for me, I enjoy the island. The island's nice. I need to get home and cut the grass every now and then. It's hard to figure out when, though. Even this morning, as far as I knew from people that I know, they weren't going to be moving SN20 till the pad till Monday. And even Elon tweeted that. So, everything is so fluid with SpaceX. We don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know and I don't think they know either. I think a lot of times they sit there, hey, let's do it now. And that is the case a few times. I know a few times some guys may be ready to go home and they're like, hey, let's install some engines. And they wind up working all night installing a bunch of engines. They did not plan to do that, but they wind up doing it anyway. That's one reason why SpaceX is going faster and better than anybody else. I do not think Blue Origin is 24/7. I don't think they're working that hard. I think anything they're doing on their rocket development at Blue Origin is strictly an 8 to 5 job, maybe 8 to 4. They might take an hour or two lunch, who knows. But seeing how much Blue Origin is cranked out, I don't think they're doing much work. I haven't seen their new engines or heard about their new engines being tested, but I haven't dug for that information. And I don't know. I saw a video the other day about Jeff Bezos from McDonald's to billionaire, Amazon, talking about everything, about Jeff Bezos, how much of a genius he is and how incredible he is. It all seemed like a fluff piece. It did not seem real. It reminded me so much of that guy behind Nikola and all the BS that he shoveled. It doesn't seem credible. I question a lot of that video. Y'all can look for that out there. I forget who done it, but it did not seem. It seemed a lot to be made up, and I don't know. Yeah, Jeff Bezos is only 1 year older than me. I've never really worked at McDonald's myself. My first job was, working for the county, working on their computerized traffic control systems. I knew computers in high school. That's what I knew. That's what I started at, programming. And the equipment they were using there, it wasn't so much any particular programming language. It was very simple. But it's changed over the years. And SpaceX, they're moving fast. They're not slowing down. They are really, I hate to say it, they make me proud. I mean, it's an American company. Even Tesla. I love my Tesla. I've had this Model 3 now for a little over a year. Well, I've driven it for a little over a year. I was out of it for 4.5 months thanks to a dump truck taking out the side of it. But in the year that I've driven it, I have already put, as of right now, I have 88,207 miles on it. And this is a standard range plus. I had not stopped driving it. I had very few issues. Very few issues. It's been a great car. I paid for the full self-driving package. I would love to be a part of the beta software to check it out. I don't think any of the beta software testers out there have driven anywhere near as much as I have. And most people I talk to who's had their Teslas haven't even gone half as far as I have in 4 years they've owned it. I've gone through one set of tires. It's probably time for me to rotate them again. The car has been really a joy. It takes me a little bit longer charging. And, some of these things that they don't tell you about the standard range, is that the standard range plus charges slower. So if I go to 250 kilowatt supercharger, I'm only going to get about 170. It is slower. And to answer this question, well, it's kind of hard for me to change the view while I'm driving, since I'm in the car and I have a 7-hour drive ahead of me. I could probably do remount the phone and show you the road I'm driving on. I should mount the camera up here and give another aspect. And yeah, Amazon does have a lot in overhead. Gas prices are rising. And they should go more to an EV vehicle, if you ask me. Well, Mr. Musk's refueling plan, yeah, it is questionable, and I think it's still a work in progress. However, we are playing up the numbers ourselves on our best guesses. So it's hard for us to tell, what it's actually going to be like. Let me see if I can switch this camera view for y'all. The problem is I switch the camera view, I can't see myself. Not that I want to sit there and see myself, but let's see if I can. There we go. Now I won't be able to see any questions from anybody. But hopefully this might be a little more enjoyable view of a drive in the Tesla. And right now the road I'm on is 77. It's kind of a off the interstate route right now. Not all of it is interstate. see if I can keep this plugged in while it's up here. There we go. Now, let's see if I can use this. And I dropped it. Sorry about that. No, I don't want Bixby.
Welcome to Bixby.
No, I don't
You can
Bixby.
talk to me anytime by saying hi, Bixby.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Now, hopefully y'all are reconnected. And so I dropped the phone there. I want to see if I can see how it looks on my end. Okay. Yeah, I would pull over, but I'm on a tight little schedule here. And that is one advantage of the autopilot. At least I can be distracted momentarily and still be quite safe. After 88,000 miles, I kind of know the ins and outs of the car, how well it does, and I'm pushing to make my destination at a reasonable time. I do have several stops coming up on my drive, averaging about 30 minutes at each stop. So we spend about an hour and 10 minutes charging. I usually go a little bit less. Tesla, when they plot these out, they get you there with about 15% battery when you reach your destination. I tend to go down further to about 5. I don't mind pushing it more than most. This is a long road. There's really not much to see on this road. We do have a border check patrol that we come up to eventually here, which I'll probably lose cell signal once I get near there. Oddly, they don't keep they probably block it around that area, I'm not sure. There are towers out here. I've always wondered if there's a side road you can take to avoid, but right up here comes a little bit town called Armstrong. There's a little tiny post office over here, and I do mean it's tiny. But we got the custom border up here. Where it's usually pretty simple to drive through. But yeah, SpaceX, the refueling for the moon lander, it's not going to use as much fuel as if it was going to be landing back on land. The moon has less gravity, so it's not going to burn as much fuel. They'll be using different engines. We still don't know exactly the entire cadence that SpaceX would go through. Yes, it'll be nice to be able to land both stages and reuse them each and every time. That'll be the most economical way to do it. But they will still save a lot of money just being disposable. So it wouldn't be too hard just to have a disposable tanker going up and refueling and not having to save any fuel for re-landing. That would cut down on the number of refueling trips. And if they could just have that splash down near where they can somewhat recover it, maybe there's a way for them to do that without burning any fuel for landing. I think, having a ship come down through the atmosphere, just breaking with the heat tiles and hitting the water at a massive speed, what type of impact would that be like? If there's no fuel in it, it won't explode or anything. But I'm just avoiding that tire in the road. I'm not sure if the autopilot recognizes tires and stuff yet. But for little things like this car on the side of the road with the emergency blinkers, it'd be kind of nice if it would see that, or a police car on the side of the road, and move away from it. Just give a little more clearance. But then again, it's not on. It's not navigating right now. It's still acting like I'm on a city street for a while here. Let's see what that question was. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to detach this. I've looked at some of the movable mounts where I can tilt it, because sometimes when I'm parked or sitting, the sun is coming just the right angle. I can't really see the screen. It'd be nice to be able to tilt it down or change the angle. I understand the complexity of that for the price of the vehicle. That would be kind of hard to build something in like that. Maybe have an option on the screen, just like you have for the side mirrors to change the monitor. But some of the prices are ridiculous on those. I have looked at other upgrade options like the self-presenting door handles would be nice as well. It'll be because driving Uber in a Tesla, I can tell you right now, 98% of the people I pick up do not know how to open the doors, and they cannot figure it out. And even a little sticker on the side of the door does not seem to help them. People don't want to read. But it's funny, how so few. And in that same amount of numbers, they've never been in a Tesla. Some have never even heard of Tesla, which I still think is crazy. And I really wish, I can give them a referral code to use if they go and buy a Tesla, and I can get some free supercharger miles. But how many people going through that hassle? It's a nice thought, but to have to use somebody's link just to buy a car, not that many people go through that effort. But Lord knows, I think I've sold quite a few Teslas. I had people get in my car, and they were really pleasantly surprised even with the limited capabilities that this had. Build a circular moon to Earth. Okay, you mean an orbit around both moon and Earth at the same time? Yeah, that sounds reasonable, but you still have to be able to get into that orbit, and that takes a lot of fuel to get into that orbit. Even though you have a ship that is in an orbit to go around both the moon and the Earth, passing by both of them closely, that sounds good. But to dock with that, you still have to match that orbit, so you still have to burn that speed. So your delta V would be more than what you really would need. You would probably want an orbit that's going from the moon, then halfway between the moon and Earth. Might be easier. That way you can meet there and have a less delta V on that. Because once you attach to another ship, you have to be matching the speed, or you can be dragging it down, and you need the fuel to keep it going. Well, a Death Star would be kind of nice. I think Jeff Bezos is talking about something like that. I know it's not what he's talking about. He's wants to build something in space, but yeah, the amount of material you'll have to take up down there is just phenomenal. It's just not something we can do anytime in the very near future. What SpaceX is trying to do is very nice. And remind you, these starships, they are producing them on an assembly line type process. They're cranking them out, which cuts down the cost, which means that these starships eventually will be cheaper to produce than the Falcon 9s, but with a lot more lift capability, which means they can send more cargo to low Earth orbit cheaper than the Falcon 9s, and they can still use them as dispendable and work on landing later. Landing doesn't have to come first. Landing will be nice, but we don't have to nail that first. If SpaceX can just start sending stuff out to space, making money sending cargo and satellites for other customers, even if it's disposable, they can still test different designs of the Starship. They can still push and make money and have it making money for them. That is an advantage of what SpaceX is doing. I don't have my car set up for recording while driving. I do know the camera is quite high, so you really can't see exactly what's down the road from me. Well, at least you can see the screen. I'm currently coming up on this border checkpoint. They have a massive amount of cameras that they photograph every vehicle that comes by. They'll see a little bit of everything, heat, what have you. That way they can tell if someone's hiding in the trunk or something, or if you might be smuggling something. 90% of the time, I've never had any issues here. Sometimes somebody in front of me might have issues and slow up the line. But I'll put the mask on since everybody's worried about COVID for the checkpoint, just to be nice, even though some of these guards aren't wearing masks. But he's with the K9, the main one I'm going to speak to has a mask on, I think. Well, he has the mask high.
You a citizen, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have a good night.
You have a nice weekend. And that's the hassle you have going through Border Patrol checkpoints. So at least there's nothing to worry about there, not like an airport or anything. There is a lot of issues with illegals coming across the border. I know this has nothing to do with SpaceX, but yeah, Brownsville there, SpaceX is very close to Mexico. There's a lot of people that come across the border regularly just to work in Brownsville. Even at small jobs like at, a Whataburger or a KFC or someplace. They walk across the border they work all day and they walk back. Even today, I took several people on rides to the border because they were going over for lunch. From what I understand, lunch is food's very cheap over there in Mexico, and they seem to think it's very good. I haven't been there. I don't know. One day I may go check it out. I keep debating about maybe driving my Tesla over to Mexico, but people tell me not to drive the Tesla in Mexico because of all the issues they have over there. It's scary that it's so close to SpaceX. It's like on one side of SpaceX is the border to Mexico. A pop-top ladder. As far as going up and down from the moon, that might be an interesting thing. But hey, why don't we build a different type of starship to land on the moon that has magnetic coils and use it as a magnetic gun, so when you're leaving your capsule, they can just project you into the orbit of the moon and have an orbiting spacecraft catch you. Hey, no fuel there. Like a railgun. Just turn a starship into a giant railgun. That might be an interesting I wonder if that would work. Maybe someone should look into that. Yeah, the lander designs, I keep going back. I don't know if y'all ever watched the show Space 1999. But those landers were nice that they had in that show. Why can't we use something similar in design? I mean, you have the main engines in the back. On the bottom, you would have the regular engines for landing on the moon. Lift up, fire, they're the Eagles, I think they were called. It's was it called the Eagle? And of course, I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know if the web browser will open up here or not. But here, Space 1999. Yeah, the Eagles. Of course, it's available on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, why couldn't we have a moon lander like that? Why wouldn't that work? Yeah, you got the crew capsule area here. You can use the rest for fuel, storage, what have you. I mean, that seems like that is a well-designed craft that would do pretty good for landing on the moon. And here it is we had in a science fiction movie. I mean, what's wrong with that design? You have the landing pads, a couple engines on the bottom for landing thrusts. You got your reaction control thrust. You got the main engines for once you get off the planet to get into orbit. And of course the crew capsule and the engines will kind of center the weight more evenly that way. I think that's a lot better than Blue Origin's design. And shoot, how many could we carry on a Starship? Maybe one or two of those could fit inside the dome of the Starship. They can be in the upright position, so we can get up there and carry two of those and release them, or four maybe. I mean, we're looking at science fiction from the 80s. But yet, I still like that design. I still think that design would really work. Especially on the moon. I don't know, maybe someone should put something together like Kerbal Space Program and see how that does. I mean, it'd be hard to do it on the main, on Kerbal, but once you have it delivered to the moon, not that we need to use Kerbal Space Program to do all of our spacecrafts. I mean, it is just a program. But yeah, that's just a model of it. I mean, it's a simplistic design, and it seems like the science fiction creators really looked at the aspects of how it would actually work. Nice thing about a Tesla, if I worry about the range, I can adjust things like AC to try to milk more range out of it. Go a little bit under the speed limit, I can get that up there a little bit higher. But at least you just go on a drive with me. I'm heading to Kingsville. Was my first stop at the supercharger there. It's you know, me having a standard range 220 miles on a full charge right now. Was initially at 240 when I bought the car. Like I said, I put 88,000 miles on it, so that's not too much of a loss in my opinion. When you're driving it, a lot of things do affect it. If I use the air conditioning heavily, that's going to decrease your range some. Naturally. But that's the same for a gas car too. I mean, if I crank the air conditioning up on my Tahoe, you know, drop my temperature down to 68 degrees in the cabin, my Tahoe burns more gas. It's trying to keep it cool. For me, I'm heading to, first stop is in 22 minutes. My total destination, I should be where I'm heading, estimating around maybe midnight. Then picking up my girlfriend and taking her to McAllen, actually, to be honest. So I will be driving all night long until tomorrow morning. After I pick her up and turn back around, it's another 7-hour drive back. At least she'll be closer to, you know, where I'm at instead of being so far away right now. Houston's always a fun area to go through. I miss going on the long road trips. I like staying at South Padre Island. I like having the cameras in the hotel room, being able to see SpaceX. I know I do a live stream every day from the room. Yeah, it's nice and y'all can enjoy it. Mainly I do that because when I'm driving people around, I can jump on and take a look myself and see what's going on. Yeah, I can do the same if I jump onto one of the other streams, Lab Padre or one of them. They do a good job, yes. But at least for me, I can point my cameras where I want. I can see what the weather's like, see how things are going. And I can also, you know, if I want, turn on the microphone and see if the cat's being too noisy in the room. Where she's hanging out there all day long, just watching the birds out the window. You know, I keep thinking about, you know, I like staying there because so much is going so fast there at SpaceX. And I would like to be able to get over there and get more pictures and stuff in the morning. But like I say, first comes, you know, my bills. I still have to make money to pay for the hotel, to pay for food, to pay for getting around. You know, not for gas. I don't use gas. The hotel has really gone out of their way recently. They're really enforcing keeping people from parking in the destination charges. So we have more destination charges open, which is nice because when I get back, I can plug in and be ready to go in the morning. I am driving Uber on the island and doing Uber Eats. It takes quite a few hours out of my day because there's not that many rides, especially right now with the season getting slower. It'd be nice if it was very busy again. And if I have days where I make a lot of money quickly, then I can get back out over to the SpaceX and do some footage and stuff. I have had some channels offer, you know, to pay me a cut of the revenue if I go over there and provide footage for them, but there is no guarantees. But they want me over there almost every day doing that. And I don't live in a world like that anymore. I can't risk that. I've been there, I've done that. I cannot work to hope to make money one day off of it. Doing Uber, yes, I know that, you know, as much as I want to drive, as much as I want to make, I can do. Some weeks I can make very good money. Other weeks, you know, I just don't feel like driving. And I can just stop driving. I would love to be able to sit down and relax and go to the beach. I can do that if I want. If I go back to Louisiana, back home, it's good because it's 12 hours from there to here. So if we had noticed that something was going on enough that I could do a 12-hour drive to get here to do it, I would do that. But when we have no clue what's going to happen each day, it's kind of hard to justify that. But it also means it's 12 hours to Cape Canaveral, Florida, which means if I know there's going to be a launch, I can drive down there and watch that. Last year, I've watched 7 launches down in Cape Canaveral. I wasn't even trying to, you know, taking pictures wasn't even a thought. It was just, I enjoy watching. Same for shuttle launches. I used to watch those all the time. And I would stream those online all the time. They had live audio, NASA 24/7 live audio. You could still find a 24/7 live audio from the International Space Station. So you can hear everything that's going on up there. If you can't physically live it, you can always try to virtually live it. I have watched so many launches and failures. And it makes me upset that NASA has dropped the ball. They're just not doing as good as they used to do. Makes me proud that here it is we have Elon Musk, he wasn't born in the United States, but now he's a U.S. citizen. And he's doing more for the country out of his own pocket. You know, yeah, he gets some money from NASA, but nowhere near as much as he's spending into it. He has his goals set. And he's achieving a lot of things. Same for Teslas, these cars. You know, I am really impressed with how well these cars do. Even, you know, the basic autopilot I have, well, the full self-driving package I have, you know, it's not the beta software, but it still does incredibly well. Yeah, it's like for right now, coming up to a stoplight, I'm not touching the brake, I'm not touching the accelerator. It's all that person walking across the street. You know, it picked that up. And we're proceeding on. And I'm not, again, not touching the brake, not touching the accelerator. I'm not steering. Or anything. I don't know if I can, this little suction cup thing I have for the phone, I might not be able to lower it any further, but I'll try the next supercharger here, up here. This phone that I'm streaming from, I'm not sure how good the quality is coming through. It is on the Visible network. It's a Visible phone system on the Verizon network. You use the Verizon towers, and it really is $4 a month after taxes for unlimited text data and unlimited high-speed data. I have streamed a little over 89 gigabytes in 1 month, so there's no throttling on it. And if you have more than one line, it's $5 off for each line, up to 4 lines, so it comes down to $25 a month after taxes. Now, when over in Boca Chica, I have better data throughput using AT&T, but my data is limited. I only have about 33 gigabytes a month, and once I hit that 33 gigabyte limit, it throttles me down. Now, that is also a business account that I use for my computer business in IT. I have not just my cell phone on that, but I have 2 Apple Watches and an Apple iPad, and another iPhone, yeah, girlfriend's iPhone. I think that's it. But it'll be nice if I can hook up, you know, get the Starlink in and hook it up in the Tesla. That would be really nice. Be able to stream from Tesla. Starlink. Rear camera here is kind of nice. I do wish when the seats are adjusting that it wouldn't block at the top up here where the cameras are, because when you're backing up, you know, if it hasn't finished adjusting, you get this little box that pops up and it kind of blocks you. I really should put that over here on the side, not block the camera view when blocking up. That's a pretty major area there. So it's like a blind spot, and making it a blind spot, that box pops up. But that is if you have your seat adjusting when you're in reverse. Sometimes I'm in a hurry and it's still adjusting. It's like, come on, get out of the way. I know I'm rambling. I have been up since 4 this morning. Giving some people rides to the airport and stuff. And I had a person who pays me directly to give him a ride from the airport to the island. He has a fishing tournament this weekend that they're going on. So he asked me to pick him up personally. A lot of times, people who go to the island regularly, they've got to know me and they want to just want me directly to give them rides. I don't mind doing that. It's it's in a way, but yet it's also hard. When your flight comes in at 2 o'clock, oh, I got up till what time? When you do an Uber, you know where you're going until you pick the person up. So every ride before that, I have no clue where I'm going. And wind up somewhere else. And if you let it keep going and just take rides wherever you end up at, you can theoretically show up in the next day. It can be fun sometimes, but it can be also a strain. The other day, I had one that actually took me all the way up to the Valley Airport, and I was down to 10 miles of range, but I was 22 miles from the nearest supercharger. So luckily, there was a BMW dealership that had a J1772 plug for some of their e-cars that they might get in, that I was able to use and charge there for 45 minutes. That way I had enough to get to the supercharger and continue on. So I have yet to be stuck on the side of the road with a dead battery. The Tesla will notify you if you're starting to go out of range of a supercharger. For some reason, it's saying 55 miles per hour. I guess there might have been a truck. Well, I've been in this lane all the time. I haven't been in the outside lane, so undoubtedly for some reason the camera's missed one of the speed limit signs. So I'm pretty sure it's 70 here. But it's done that before in that town. I don't know why in some areas it ignores the speed limit than others. But then again, this shoulder is quite wide on the side of the road. And the signs are set off of the side of the road quite a distance. So maybe the camera thought it might be for the road on the side, like a service road and not the main road. I just wonder, where they figure the range is for the sign and the distance, and if it pertains to this road or not. I am only 7 minutes from the supercharger. Here in Texas, a lot of the superchargers I've noticed are kind of in hotel parking lots, some in some shopping centers. I have seen some in a few states at gas stations. I think that should be something they do more often. I think these gas stations that they really want to go ahead and start installing these stations there, if not to make money, to draw customers. If you have a little gas station, convenience store, high, and you have people sitting in their car charging, you're going to be selling fountain drinks, everything there, because you have a captive customer sitting in your parking lot. I really think it'd be cool to see something like a Sonic drive-in have supercharging, because I can see just pulling up at a car, and the car cop just come out and kindly plug me in herself, and then take my order, and then deliver my food, and ask what I'll be charging for, then come back and take the trash from me and unplug me. Hey, sometimes I'll be lazy. I'll be tip for that. You know, I mean, give me a covered charging area. So if it's raining, I don't have to worry about it. You know, with the more EVs on the road, that may be a good business plan. Well, the charging time is not bad. I usually keep it really low. Sometimes I usually charge a little bit longer. There's big gaps here in Texas. But I can usually keep the charging times around 15, 20 minutes if I want to. I charge longer, that way I can go a little bit further. Sorry if the audio is breaking up. We do go through a lot of dead zones around here. As far as, you know, sitting and charging for an hour, I've rarely had that. You know, except for like one time going to Roswell, New Mexico, because there is no superchargers in Roswell, New Mexico. So I had to use a supercharger in Texas and charge to 100%, which took me about 45 minutes. And then when I got to Roswell, New Mexico, there were some destination chargers at McDonald's. Now those charge at 30 miles per hour. But you know, I just plugged my car in, and then I just went and took a tour of the museums there in Roswell, checked that out, and left from there. But as far as the superchargers, no, it's relaxing. It doesn't drive me nuts. Like I say, this is the standard bus, so it doesn't charge as fast. A long-range version. The inverter they have built in here purposely does not charge as fast, so I don't get to utilize the full high speed of the 250 kilowatt superchargers. Yeah, this one here is estimating 30 minutes to charge, but ideally I'll be ready in about 20. Maybe go ahead and go for 30 minutes. It tries to get me to show up at the next one to protect with 15% extra, which I want that in case there is an accident. You got to go out of your way and travel around. I have gotten this down to 1 mile. I showed up at a supercharger of 1 mile. I have been told by some people that you can actually go about 20 more miles past the 0 mark. I have that, and I don't know if I want to try to test that unless I'm doing circles in a parking lot. Just kind of, you know, if I was to ever test that, I want to have a little gas generator with me that I can charge off of just in case. For me, it's kind of pushing the limit. Like I said, I've pushed this Tesla harder than most people. Most people would not have driven this many miles in a Tesla. 88,000 in a year, 12 months. Even when I got my car back, it was not even a month, and I already put 10,000 more miles on it. And now it's kind of beeping every now and then for extra warning. These traffic cones that it's detecting, which wants to be sure, and some of the lines on the road's a little bit light. Here goes my exit. It's not good to show you all the full self-driving here because it's not an interstate. It's more just a highway, so it doesn't do the navigate on autopilot here. It should do that a little bit later, but that I find is very relaxing. There's a lot of people who've been circumventing the safety features of the Teslas and hopping in the back and letting it drive for you. I do not do that. That is not a wise decision. You should always just pay attention to when you're driving. Don't distract it for too long. Granted, I find it nice that I can be distracted for a little bit longer period of time. It makes it easier when eating while driving. I do think, and I have seen accidents happen from people eating while driving, and they drop their food and they're off the side of the road and getting in a wreck. I feel very safe with the Tesla that I am eating. If I drop my food, that it's not going to do that. It's going to keep driving like it should. And we're coming up to the supercharger here. Backing in to plug in. It's now 6:40 p.m. So I need that back in. I'll be right back. Okay. Starting charge here. And right now we have 24 miles of range left. And waiting for the charger to kick in. It's saying 30 minutes to continue trip. We're at a Holiday Inn Express here. There's a Starbucks and IHOP by the bathroom there. This supercharge is 150 kilowatts. As this ramps up, it's getting up to about 70 kilowatts right now. It should pick up in a little bit. While this is going, let me see if I can get this camera mounted a little bit nicer for y'all. Can move. I don't want to break this thing. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit lower. Let's see how this does. No. Oh. That ball doesn't want to. Take this off section first. And we want to turn that way. Let me see. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yeah, hopefully that's a little bit better. We're now up to, well, no, that's not a 30 minutes to full charge. No, that's 30 minutes to continue my trip. I don't need a full charge to get to my next stop. The next stop is, in Victoria, Texas, right here. And then I'll have another stop here outside of Houston, in Houston to charge, and then get to my next stop. I am in a standard range plus, so I only have 220 miles on a full charge. So not only do I charge slow, but I just don't have as much capacity. If you get a Tesla, I highly recommend a long-range version. Then you don't have that issue, plus you get the charge a lot quicker. I have rarely ever ran into a supercharger that I had to wait, except for in Houston, at one of the showrooms. It was a massive supercharger. They had a lot of people charging there. Yes, it does give me enough time to get out and stretch and use the bathroom. Like I say, this is a standard range, and the new Model S Plaid is even faster charging. They've really done some real nice optimization of the batteries and the chargers. So you can theoretically get up to 80% charge in 5 minutes in the Plaid, and a full charge in about 15. And talking to the guys in the showroom who's gotten some of those in, they are not lying. Even charging off of a 240, it blows away what I do. So it'll be nice to see that come into the lower cars, the Model 3 and Model Ys. For me, on the cost of charging, it's not that much at all. Right now, we've added 34 miles so far on this charge. Right down here at the bottom is a cost for the current session. I'm at 66 cents. So it's inexpensive. Other EVs, it is more expensive. It is definitely more expensive in a different EV. Because you're using a third-party network, and that third-party network, they are trying to make money, and they're going to make money off that. Tesla is trying to keep all the superchargers as close to cost as possible. Right now, you hear the car revving up a little bit. It's cooling the battery as it's charging fast. The cable going into the car is on the 250 kilovolt chargers. It's actually actively cooled. Sometimes if you're on a hot day and your charge is too slow, if you put a damp cloth around the cable, they say it will charge faster. It helps cooling. And the way the supercharger network works is whatever credit card you have on file gets billed for that charging. So right now, we have 73 miles of range. If I say continue trip, how far is it to the next stop? So 109 miles to the next stop. And for everybody driving crazy on the roads, I like to take stops. I like to stretch my legs. I like to go for breaks every now and then. But yeah, to get to my next stop, I need 109 miles of range at least. And like I say, I can always stretch the range in the vehicle. And you can do that by decreasing speed. You're not going as fast as the speed limit because it's estimating its range based on the route you're going. And if you look at the energy usage maps, you'll see these peaks here and there. These are areas where you'll be braking or going downhill, so you'll be regaining some energy. And in places that you will be accelerating more, it will decrease more energy usage. So it does look at your route and where you're going to figure out how it's going to manage. And I have been able to stretch it. Sometimes I've been able to surpass its estimated range. But that is really driving like a grandfather. And when I do drive, I keep the car in chill mode because the standard mode, you get a nice little kick whenever you accelerate, but you also burn more energy. I do have my Apple credit card on file, so that's how it's paid, so I get a little bit back. Yeah, actually cooling as it goes. Yeah, Tesla's done a very good job of keeping the battery pack cooled while charging. Better than most of the other cars. The degradation, yeah, that is a slight issue, but the amount of miles that I'm driving, you get to the point where replacing the car or replacing the batteries in the car will still be cheaper than replacing the car itself. My Tahoe, the amount of miles I put on that is quite a bit. But then when I look at the number of times that I've had to do tune-ups, oil changes, repairs, etc., I have spent by more than the cost of a Tesla in the amount of time I've had that Tahoe. I was averaging anywhere from $1,200 to $1,600 a month in gasoline alone in Tahoe with all the driving I was doing. Yeah, the Tesla batteries have fluid running through the batteries, part of the cooling system. The same cooling system that cools the inside of the car. They pump fluid around the batteries to keep the batteries cool while charging and while heavy discharge. So if you're doing a lot of heavy fast driving, it'll keep those batteries cool. That's why using the AC in the car does not hurt your range as much because it's already cooling the battery. So it's just diverting some of that cooling to the cabin. Whereas heating the car in the wintertime, that's a slightly different issue. The new heat pumps do a better job with that in the newer models. Right now, like I say on the charging, I'm at 106 miles of range. I need at least 109 to get to my destination or my next stop. But it's still saying 20 minutes, so it's giving more of a buffer. The 107 miles is best case scenario. And yeah, I can do that. I can actually stretch it. It's scary to do it sometimes because change that. So I always like to go ahead and give it a little bit extra. But unlike a gas car, we're just not filling it up all the time. If you're racing a car in the Indianapolis 500, you only want to put the amount of gas in that you need. You don't want to be carrying that extra weight of the gas. So they figure out exactly how many gallons they need for each and every lap and how many times they want to stop. Because they want to keep the weight down on the car for the better speed. Kind of the same for electric vehicle, except for we only charge up what we need to get to the destination. Because why charge more? Going to be stopping to charge anyway. And yes, even the autopilot, navigating on autopilot does reduce road rage. I don't get angry as much. I enjoy, sitting there throwing profanities at some idiot drivers. But it doesn't bother me as much. And again, for me driving Uber, it's amazing how many times I have problems with my calf muscles in my leg. Because of stopping and going, nonstop all day long, brake, accelerator. It's a consistent thing, and when you're driving people, it's consistent. In the Tesla, using the autopilot, I don't have that. My legs have not bothered me since. So it's definitely helped a lot physically. I don't get angry at other people. I don't get impatient with traffic. If the traffic's heavy, I can relax. And yeah, some people complain, of the charging time. I just drove from South Padre Island to here, a little over 2 hours. And so far, I'm spending maybe $3. So I'm driving a vehicle that is not going to cost me much at all to drive. And y'all get, I guess I'll go and keep streaming. Why not? I was just going to say a few words, but not rambling and have a good time. The inconvenience of having to wait to charge, as opposed to the amount of money you would spend, I think it's worth it. We need to start taking life a little bit easier again. I think we're in too much of a rush. You know, when I'm done charging here, it's going to be under $5. You know, it'd be less than $5. You know, right now, if I was to leave right now, I would show up at the next supercharger with 3% range. So I'm ready to go. Tesla's still recommending another 15 minutes. So, you know, if I want to go and push it, I could leave right now and get to the next stop with 3% battery. And some people get stressed out when doing that. Like I say, we stopped here at what, 45, so it's been 10 minutes. We're coming up to 15 minutes. You know, and I already have the range that I need to continue my trip. The charging is kind of slowing down now, down 58 kilovolts. It does that once you get up to a certain point to protect the battery, make the battery last longer. Same for your cell phone. If you are charging your cell phone, it will throttle down the charge to protect that battery, make it last longer. And that, you know, is what we need to do. Hopefully, whenever it's time to change the battery out in this car, if I have to, hopefully I can get the newer battery technology and get better range. More range would be nice. It'd be nice to be able to change out the inverter in here too, so it would charge faster as well. Now I did have Tesla check my driving at one point, and I don't know if I have it in here. I keep my gun in the glove box most of the time. No, I didn't put it in here. But no, they did a breakdown to show me exactly where the power was being used. And if I wasn't using my air conditioner, I probably could have gained another 130 or 180 miles out of 1,800 miles that they checked. I believe it was. I actually put some screenshots of that in a previous video, the breakdown. It also showed whenever I had things plugged in, like if I had an inverter plugged into the cigarette lighter, how much power that used. Yeah, that's running off the 12-volt battery in the car, but the 12-volt battery in the car is being recharged by the main battery in this car. So that does consume a little bit, but it wasn't major. It wasn't a whole lot. Trying to see if I had those numbers on my phone here somewhere. And I keep trying to decide what I'm going to do with my life. If I want to stay in the Boca Chica area. It is nice. The people are nice down here. Let's see here. Yeah, when I checked it, I drove, it was for an entire week, and Or was it? Where's the one I was looking for? Oh, there it is. Yeah, for the total miles they checked me, I drove in that 1 week was 1,842 miles. They had the motor consumed 1,361.5 miles of energy. The climate took up 352.9 miles. And the accessories, which were inverters and stuff like that, was 129 miles. Now, the climate, yeah, was kind of high, but then again, I'm driving Uber, so I'm always opening the car door, letting all the cold air out, letting someone in, them getting in, and them closing it, and it recooling the cabin left and right. So, yeah, my climate use is a lot higher than what it normally would be. But out of that, you know, that ate up a lot of the range of the 1,800 miles. So little things, if you want to stretch, can really help and give you your range. So let's see what Tesla's recommending. They're recommending 10 more minutes. Which we've been here about 16 minutes, I believe. And right now, we should be showing up in Victoria. It's still saying about 3%, but that doesn't really always calculate properly. Redo my destination again. Yeah, it's now saying 5 more minutes to continue the trip. So it's saying about 4% battery, so we'll give it 5 more minutes and continue on. Even though I can increase that as I drive. I would assume that they will be doing that in the future. I mean, hey, charge me a little bit of upgrade. If you can make my standard range plus a standard range plus plus, then yeah, I'll pay a little bit extra for that. It beats buying a new car, especially when you pay for this full self-driving package. You can't transfer that to another car. That sticks with the car. So if you have the full self-driving package and you buy another car, you have to buy the full self-driving package again. In a way, I kind of disagree with that. I really think it should stick with your account. Because it'd be nice to be able to upgrade my car down the road. I know in my Tahoe, I love the stereo I had in my other vehicle, so I pulled it out of that vehicle and I put it in my Tahoe. Why can't I do something similar with the full self-driving package on a Tesla? But that is Tesla's policy right now. Down the road, when they have newer battery technology, will they keep making the old battery technology? Well, I don't know about that. It should be easy to go ahead and upgrade to the newer battery technology. You might have to go third party, not go through Tesla. It has been done. It's not Tesla approved always, but that may come to change down the road, especially if I have a car that I want to do robotaxi with me in the future. You know, it'd be nice to be able to change it and upgrade it, the battery pack. If anything, you know, let me tear apart the battery pack and put new batteries in there. I do see a van over here. They got the hood popped and everything. I don't know. I think they're having auto issues. I would offer them, but I'm a computer technician. I know nothing about cars. I don't know how to change my own oil in the Tahoe. Um, yeah, third party, it might be what will happen, but I don't know. Tesla may not, they may go ahead and do it themselves. Um, it'd be kind of dumb to, do third party only. We have a problem with right to repair right now. And it doesn't just pertain to iPhones and iPads. The way they restrict the chips and stuff, you have to get them from Apple and you have to pay their outrageous prices. It is so wrong in the right to repair industry. It also applies to everybody. I mean, John Deere tractors are really bad for that, where the farmers cannot work on their own tractors anymore. They have to schedule an appointment maybe weeks out with John Deere, but they have a crop to get in. They can't sit there and be down. They need to be able to fix it right then and there. But you got them trying to lock everybody in to them, which I feel is completely wrong. And that's the worst thing. And we're getting there in the battery charge here as far as the percentage going. That's where long range you have a larger battery, so it'll still be charging faster right about now. For me right now, it's charging only at 35 kilowatts right now, which is about 165 miles an hour. But it's saying we have enough to continue our trip. And that wasn't too bad. 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, maybe 30 minutes total. Okay, so we'll continue our trip here. And see how this does. And just to let you know, that entire charging, which probably up to 170 miles of range, kind of broke the bank there. Whopping $4.29. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to have to get out of this. Like I say, yeah, some people may have issues, with the long charging if they have to charge for a long period of time. And I understand that. But the other aspects of getting this far, this amount of time, and only costing $2.29. And we'll see at the next stop. I'm going to charge a little bit longer. Well, not the next one, but the one in Houston, I'll probably charge longer. But, it's worth it. I mean, I don't have oil changes, no oil changes, no tune-ups, no radar flush. It's just so much more economic, and I feel that really kind of offsets the length of charging, along with the relaxation of being able to really offset the stress of the drive. Now, granted, once full self-drive comes about, to the point where we have level 5 autonomy, where the car can charge or can drive completely by itself, yeah, a longer range would be nice, because it'd be nice to be able to get into the car, take an 8-hour nap, Just go to sleep for 8 hours and wake up at your destination with level 5 autonomy, and not have to wake up every few hours to plug the car in. Yeah, when level 5 autonomy is around, we want that longer range. And the longer range would definitely come in handy for that. And I'm just getting a message in from the nice to know that the ni hao is watching the stream. But yeah, so Mars Embassy, here it is. We're going on a road trip and streaming it. And it's looking like I'll probably be at around 11:30 or midnight. So just kind of letting her know I'm going to be there. Now, another thing that the Tesla would be good for, my ex-wife makes me deaf and blind. So a full self-driving car would be something that would give her some mobility. Make it easier for her to get out and about and go places. It will help the handicap with that. And even if she was still with me, it would also make it easy for me to follow her. Since her being deaf and blind, you have to do tactile sign in her hand, and that's usually kind of hard to do while you're driving. Having a car being able to do the driving for you, so you can actually go ahead and actually communicate with someone, would make it easier. When you're doing stuff like I don't know if I can turn the audio up on the mic on the app here without pulling over. I'll try to talk a little louder. I think it's connecting through the Bluetooth of the car using the car's microphone. Some of these roads here in Texas, this section particularly is a little rough, so it is loud. The smoother roads is a lot quieter. I do not have a mic for my lapel or anything to get better audio. And like when I started this drive, I was bored. I decided to go ahead and start streaming. Appreciate you for listening in, hanging with me while I ride. Roundabout night. Okay. I like that name. But yeah, when you look at how much it costs to charge and a supercharger, and how much you're saving from the maintenance on a Tesla, it's really hard to compete. I think I sat down and did the math a few weeks ago, and I spent the same amount of money supercharging this car in a year of driving that I spent in 1 month of gas in my Tahoe. So there's no comparison. Yeah, it's the best decision I had. Plus, my insurance cut in half going to the Tesla over the Tahoe. This road's a little bit smoother here. As you can hear, here. So not as noisy here. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a concrete section. It is quieter. And I wouldn't say asphalt is noisier. I think they do that in certain asphalt roads so that they get better traction, especially during rain. I have seen other asphalt roads which are a lot quieter, but they're a lot smoother, and they wind up being more when it rains. Now, I do know that here in Texas, it's nice and straight. If I'm in Louisiana, you're gonna done it all the time because they can't seem to line up the asphalt, the concrete sections. Sorry, I got the hiccups. And yeah, this phone mount usually is not meant for filming. So it is kind of a spring holder. It's somewhat flexible, so it's going to bounce and wobble a little bit. Sorry for that in the video. As I said, whenever you're driving, even with the self-driving autopilot, always pay attention to your driving before you go. It is nice to know that if something happens and I'm distracted, that the car has it and can handle it. There, I haven't had any issues to speak of. It's usually been very reliable for me. People talk about the phantom braking. I understand the braking situations. Every time where someone would think it's a phantom braking, I see the cause of the problem. I know what it is. And I understand it. I don't fault it. Especially on the island. Those golf carts with a bunch of people in it, it's hard for the car to tell if that's a vehicle or if it's a group of people on the road. So it's going to brake for them. If I'm driving and their car is parked on the side of the road, if occasionally it will see one of the car's wheels pointed outward, which is not the way you park. So the car is going to think that car might be wanting to pull out. So it's going to brake for it, just in case. Even though there might not be anybody in that car. I understand that. It makes sense. When you park on the side of the road, your wheels are supposed to be turned either straight or into the curb. So if your car starts rolling, it rolls into the curb and not into traffic. But I noticed that. Sometimes it caught me off guard. I thought it was phantom braking. But when I went back down the same road to see if we could do it again, it was the wheels turned outward. That was seen. And that it was braking for. So I understand that. Other times it will start kind of slowing down and people are not sure why. And I had to point out to them when they're in the car that it was a crosswalk. And it could not see all the way because a vehicle next to me, so it was slowing down to make sure nobody was in that crosswalk, which is what you're supposed to do. So the car follows the rules of the road as best as it can. So we have 98 miles to our next charger. We have 153 miles of charge. It's saying I should have about 12% when I get there. Originally it was at 13, well, I was saying 11% now. So I can adjust, my speed and everything to get that up there, but 11%. it's okay. I can go ahead and burn more energy, drive faster, or drive the speed limit. Right now I'm doing 66 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and get this other way here. But it's also, you know, that the road. As you can see, there's a peak coming up here where it increases. So this is where a peak change is going to happen coming up. It could be a slower area where I got to slow down, and it's anticipating that. So it's going to see there will be some braking coming up here, which means I'll be regaining some of that energy. Most of the time it's pretty accurate as far as the route. However, there is construction here, so part of the road is not what we're on anymore. But we are coming into a construction area, so the speed limit should be dropping here shortly. It's been a few weeks since I've driven past here. But yeah, we're coming up to a little bitty town area from where we go from 75 down to 45 up here. Right here, it saw the speed limit sign already, so it saw the drop in speed. And I do find an issue sometimes if there's a truck blocking it, you won't see the speed limit sign. Kind of annoying. Now we're coming up to a 55, it sees the sign, switches over, automatically there. For some reason, on some of these highways, it does not do that. Not always. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It sees that, it didn't drop down there either. That's something that they need to work on. It's not consistent. I do have it set to automatically adjust to, you know, a certain percentage. I think 10% of the speed limit. But up here is our consumption use. Love it if it show kilowatt hours. That way you can see which watt hours are. Since we've been starting, I've been doing 283 watt hours a mile. You know, it's a little bit higher than what I sometimes go. Right now it's 89 degrees outside, so, you know, if I make some adjustments, like just turn on the fan and not the AC, a little warmer in here, but, you know, it will stay there. And as we're at a stoplight, I'm going to see if there's any questions. No other questions yet. So yeah, I mean, and you know, sometimes I wish if I can sit there out at space, like Boca Chica gal Mary. She is working hard. She does a good job. I don't know if she's getting worn out or not. It's a lot going on there at all hours. And I know she's enjoying what she's doing. She wasn't really into photography and all that. So this is kind of a change in her life. It's not easy. Working at SpaceX is not easy. Those guys work insane hours. They're working every day. They work multiple days in a row with very few days off. I gave a, you know, they're not being treated as slaves, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they have plenty of days off on their requests. But I have given a couple of guys a ride that worked at SpaceX. They're taking one day off out of 15 days of working. Yeah, they have a hard schedule. It looks like this road's kind of graded. Yeah, this asphalt road has been torn up some, so they're going to be repaving I apologize for the sound. But hey, if y'all want to donate money for me to get a Model S Plaid with that nice quiet cabin, then hey, that would help out nicely. But I don't know if I want to pay those taxes on that car. In Louisiana, when I bought this car, I had to pay 11.5% sales tax on it, and that was in cash. So that was a pretty big hit to the wallet in the state of Louisiana. I would figure there would be less sales tax when you're buying something major like a vehicle, but no, not in Louisiana. They get you for every dime they can get. Thank y'all for joining me for this ride. It kind of feels nice to have people watching and asking questions in chat every now and then. Just look down and check it out and see where we're going. We got about an hour and 20 minutes till my next stop in Victoria. This one to the hotel. They're all pretty nice hotels. There's a Super 8 or Motel 6 or a Motel 4.5. And if you ever do stay at a Motel 4.5, if you give them a receipt for the food that you fed the roaches in the room, they will give you, reimburse you that for feeding their pets. Just to let you know. As far as the drive goes, my hand is just lightly on the steering wheel, so it sees that I have my hand on the wheel. I am paying attention to the road, but I'm also, enjoying the scenery, taking a look around, seeing what's out there. That helps with road rage. It helps with frustration. It helps you relax in your life. It makes the drive easier. If you're staring at the road in front of you, you get tunnel vision and you get tired quicker. And that causes more accidents. So, even the way the Tesla is now, yeah, you're going to have a lot less accidents. There's a lot of false reports out there about all the accidents that Tesla has. And now it's seen as a highway, so now the car is in its full autopilot, navigate on demand, or on navigate on autopilot. What this means is that if the car in front of me is going slower than what I want to go, it will pass it. It will make any changes it needs to make at intersections or interchanges, per se, for the interstate. I don't think this will stay on all the way. We got 12 miles, but I think that's still the same road, just the renaming of the road. They really need to do an interstate between, Corpus Christi or Houston and Boca Chica instead of some of these old back roads. Sure what that message is. It's held for review. It looks like an emoji, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean. I don't know. Hard for me to see it while driving. Like a lot of times in a regular gas car, drive 55 miles per hour. Is the most efficient. I think Tesla's around 55, 60. I'm not sure which is the most efficient speed to go in a Tesla. It does vary. I'm used to 68 degrees myself. I like it really cold. And that's also why I wind up using more energy on the cooling than anything else. But yeah, I think I'll leave the stream running while I'm driving. So if anybody wants to jump in and out, they can, and check on how my trip is going, how my driving is going. Well, I have seen some playgrounds using recycled tires for the ground underneath to make it softer for the kids. They chop up the tires. Of course, they got to remove the steel belt first. And yeah, the camera is going to be jiggling quite a bit because the mount that's holding it is not meant to be held for filming and stuff. It's just a regular phone mount that I use to hold the phone when doing Uber and stuff. So it's not rigid. Not sure what others use for their phones, and I don't know if I turned video stabilization on in that phone or not. Maybe I should look at those settings next time before starting the live stream. That might help. Or maybe if I turn the phone around and use a different camera. I don't know if the front-facing camera has the video stabilization or not. the sun's starting to go down. Got another hour, maybe, of sunlight. I do find when I'm driving into the sun, I still have problems. The car will tell me it's having issues with direct sunlight going straight into the cameras. That's something that's kind of hard to handle. So I'm not sure what their workaround for that. Yeah, we're coming up to the interchange of 69 East and 37. You know, we talk about Elon Musk. He always said number 69 or 420. And he did mention that he was born 69 days after April 20th. But also, the road that heads towards Pachica, Texas, towards Brownsville, is Interstate 69. Is that yet another coincidence? That Pachica is so close to 69, or Interstate 69. Is that the real reason why he chose Brownsville? Because there was an Interstate 69? Yeah, I know he says it's a coincidence, and it's not all his choosing. But sometimes it's too much of a coincidence of too many different things. Now it's talking about doing a lane change for staying on its course as we're switching from Interstate 69 to Interstate 37. So for this lane change and stuff, I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting here. The car is handling it. This is what makes traveling in a Tesla so relaxing. Now, there is a section up here at 2 miles where it's going to actually be getting off. But this lane does end, so it's actually changing lanes itself. Stayed to the end of that lane and actually changed it by itself before we got there. And of course we are getting off of Interstate 37 here, going on to 77 North towards Houston. With our next stop in Victoria. So again, you know, on this interstate, it's doing everything. You know, I'm not steering, I'm not worried about the speed, I'm not stressing about anything. I'm just kicking back and talking to y'all and enjoying the ride. It's doing a very good job of watching all the traffic around me. I am pretty sure, I don't know 100%, but there was one time when I was going to Cape Canaveral, Florida. I was driving at 75 miles per hour, and then the car jumped up to 90 on its own. And when I looked in the rearview mirror, there was this pickup truck that was coming to my lane that would have taken out my back bumper. I'm pretty sure the Tesla itself accelerated to get out of that. I have not read anything about Teslas doing that, or that being a part of the accident avoidance. But that's what happened with me. Now it went in, took that exit on its own, and now it says it's no longer an interstate, so now I have to handle all the turns or interchanges, what have you. Also give a little gas, let know I'm paying attention. It does start to decelerate once it comes off of there, even if you got the hand on the steering wheel. What I would like to try one day, if there's no other vehicles around, just to see what would happen if I totally take my hands off the steering wheel, what the car would eventually do. I do know that it will disable the self-steering, but it'll still keep you in the lane. And then it will start kicking in the emergency blinkers and start slowing down. I'm wondering how slow it will go and if it will actually pull over to the shoulder. So if you were driving and something happened and you passed out, what would the car do? You know, if I was to have a heart attack right now, what would the car do? I don't plan to have a heart attack. But if something was to cause me to become incapacitated, I know if I was in my Tahoe, it would wind up in a ditch somewhere. Crashing through a guardrail. So maybe one day I'll find an empty road. Maybe this fall on the island, when there's nobody on the island, I will go out there and just let it go and see exactly what it does. I think it'd be better on an open interstate area like this, where you actually have a shoulder to pull over on, to see if the car would actually pull over. If anybody's ever tried that, please let me know. I just think it'd be interesting. And again, if y'all have any questions, feel free to ask questions. I will glance and see what they are every now and then, and try to get to them. I'm just kind of streaming while I'm doing this drive. I wish if I was over there at SpaceX to get some nice sunset shots. I really do. If you've looked at some of my videos, you've seen some of my pictures. I enjoy taking pictures, but you know, I also have to make a living, so I have to work. And I can go back and do what I was doing before, which was a lot of independent contract work, installing kiosks at McDonald's, running network cables, handling network equipment left and right. But that, it's not the same as it used to be. The IT field has changed so much over the years. Everything's so outsourced. The pay has gotten so low. Okay, someone's saying we lost audio. Is the audio gone? Someone's saying we lost audio. Okay, I'm listening to my stream. I still have it. Oh, okay. Must have been a fluke. Yeah, it could have been going through a different area. We are traveling a great distance, and there's a lot of different cell tower switching. And sometimes you kind of lose the audio there. We're now in a little town area. This is where it handles the traffic lights. If there's a vehicle in front of me and the light's green and that it'll proceed without me. So for this, I'm just sitting here relaxing. It's just the speed, not down as much as it should, but you know, I saw the speed limit sign, 35 miles per hour. It's keeping a good distance from this vehicle in front of me as it crosses these railroad tracks. If there is no vehicle in front of me at this time and the light is red, I will have to either hit the shifter or tap the accelerator to let them know to go. But since there is a vehicle in front of me, I am just sitting here. It's proceeding on its own. It really does make the car a lot less stressful and stop-to-go traffic, especially in a city environment. And yeah, like I say, I am traveling on the road, and the cell towers can be in and out, so I don't know if I'm losing signal or not. The phone's actually behind me, so it's kind of hard for me to look at and see if that one has a good signal or not. Right now I see a lot of stuff on the side of the road here. It is cotton season, so they are being a lot of cotton being harvested here in Texas. We've passed a lot of cotton farms, and I'm seeing some fluffy white stuff on the side of the road. So either somebody has been throwing Boston cream pies around, or there's a lot of cotton being blown off with trucks. Now this asphalt here is actually quite quiet, but this is the smoother asphalt. It's not as coarse as some of the others. And it also depends on your tires. I didn't spend a whole lot of money on this new set of tires. I went to Discount Tires. So a set of 4 tires cost me, it was like $780, which is cheaper than what I pay on my Tahoe. I don't know if y'all can see it. You know, you might be able to see it on the left there. It looks like snow in the field, but those are actually cotton fields over there. I can't get the camera too good there. But yeah, those are the cotton fields. They look like it's about ready to be harvested. The other cotton fields on the other side over here, I don't know if you can see it or not, they look pretty green, so they probably have a few more weeks. And no, I didn't get that in the video, sorry. I probably should have set my tripod up. As of right now, it does not hear sirens and emergency vehicles. I know Elon has talked about that as far as what microphone they will use. I don't know how we would feel if it's using the cabin microphone to listen to all of that. Do you want Tesla listening into your conversations? So, I mean, do you want to be driving in your Tesla doing 75 miles per hour on the interstate, and you think Jeff Bezos knows what he's doing, and Elon's a dummy and not doing things properly, and all of a sudden your car pulls over and says, I'm not driving for you no more? You know, I don't know. I have the same problem. Alexa at home. I can't really talk too much about Elon Musk in the house. Alexa's always listening. I'm choking. Sorry. But there goes a crop duster. I don't know if y'all were able to see it or not. Yeah, it's kind of fun when they all talk to each other. I know at one time I said Alexa, and I think Siri replied, well, I never. So they have thrown some interesting things in there for that. I am waiting for Tesla to add that. Instead of me having to push the button on the car and give it a command, I am waiting for Tesla to have it so you just say Tesla or whatever you named your vehicle. Right now my car's name is Zorak. It's actually from a book from an author by James P. Hogan. He was a computer scientist who wrote about artificial intelligence, computers, and technology. So a lot of his science fiction was hardcore science fiction, which means it was based in real science. And to divulge on that, one book that I first started reading by him was called Inherit the Stars, and it was about a base being built on the moon. And as they were digging to build the base, they found a body on the moon. So it goes into in-depth detail how they carbon date the body to find out how old it is and where it came from. And then how the scientists will start putting this picture together to explain where the body came from. And in this particular book, this body was pre-civilization. So it helped to dive in that the body was from another previous human race. Let's see who that is. Hello? Yes, it is. Okay. Yes, ma'am. On Sunday, sure, I should be back by then. Yeah, if you just want to give me a call that morning or text me that morning, I'll definitely pick you up. I'll give you right over there. From Laguna Vista to the island, I think it's like $10. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it should be no problem. I'm usually on the island right now. I'm driving to Houston, and I'll be heading back tonight from Houston. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Bye. Okay. Let's see. Well, yeah, losing your job to a robot. We've already lost so many jobs to robots already. It's... Yeah, they have robotic lawnmowers, I have one at home, I just haven't been using it. Your grass has to be short first to begin with. And then it goes out and cuts every day and keeps it short. And it works great. But when I came down here in October, I put it up. I didn't want the neighbors messing with it while I'm gone or anything like that, so I just figured that. I am surprised how I cannot find any kids or anybody in the neighborhood who I can pay to cut my grass. So I got to figure out how to get back home every now and then to cut my grass. Nobody wants to work. And then people are going to complain that we're losing our jobs to robots. That lawnmower, robotic lawnmower, the Landroid is the name of it by Works, worked great. It did not complain. It went out and it cut the grass every day. Me, I'm frustrated. I've been gone from the house for months. My grass is getting out of control. And I offer someone 60, 80, $100. No, they don't want to cut the grass. They don't want to make any money. I don't get it. I don't know what's wrong with people. So yeah, we are losing a lot of jobs to robots, but there are also a lot of people who don't want to work, and that doesn't help. I much rather buy produce that was hand picked from the trees, that the person looked at each item before they pulled it out and it was a perfect ripeness and picked it. That's something that's mass produced or mass picked by a machine and then quickly sorted, and hopefully everything you got is good. Some things are better by hand. Some things are better when someone else sees it. Other things are better with a computer, with a robot, especially something that's repetitive over and over again, like building cars and stuff. So I don't blame everything becoming automated. Robo-taxis. Yeah, Tesla is looking, people talk about Tesla robo-taxis and how that's going to take over and put everybody out. But I'm sorry, that's a long way away. Yes, it is niche. Yes, some people would love to try it out, but I think the majority of people will feel more comfortable having another person in the car driving, or at least another person in the car to converse with. I think it's bad how isolated we are becoming from people. People are already becoming harder to communicate with because they don't communicate as much. You know, people relying on text messaging now. You know, I'm sorry. You text me a big hug. It's not the same as a physical hug. It just isn't. There's the little things that we need to keep in our life that we've thrown away. For instance, there was a restaurant in Opelousas. This was years ago. I went there one night for their steak night. I sat at the table for 45 minutes to almost an hour. Finally, I got up and left. I got on Facebook and I said I went out there for their steak night. No one ever came by the table, never got a drink order or anything. I guess I'll try them next time. Before I even pulled out of that parking lot, they replied to me on Facebook, asked me what table I was sitting at. They were so busy watching Facebook and not watching the customers. Technology has its place, but we are losing grasp with people. You know, we've gotten to the point where, you know, people get in arguments too quickly with each other because we've forgotten how to communicate. People don't know what sarcasm is anymore. And things just don't go over the same way through a text message as they do in person. You know, if someone can tell me a whole bunch of stuff through a text message to mean one thing, or they can look at me one way and just raise one eyebrow or just turn up one corner of their lip, and that can tell me a hell of a lot more than what they could tell me in a paragraph. And we're losing all that because we are so attached to technology. You know, technology is good. We need it, but we also still need to hold on to being able to communicate with other people. And it's kind of bad that here it is, you have companies developing robots to interact with the elderly so they don't feel lonely in nursing homes. Well, whatever happened to the kids going to visit their elderly? Whatever happened to people who work at the nursing home talking to the people at the nursing home? Why do we have to make a robot to simulate that for them? And I don't know, I might lose some people listening there, but it's just a thought. I am in a pretty bad cell signal area right now, so I'm not sure how this is working on the stream. As the sun is going down, another 50 minutes to the supercharger. We have the windmills generating electricity here in Texas, the ones that we had so much problems with during that ice storm back in February. one thing, whenever you're driving in the Tesla, it tries to compute your energy usage on the drive. Earlier, after I picked up someone at the airport, I had a whole bunch of people in their car and all their luggage, which really increased the weight of the car. So it made my trip back to the island less energy efficient. So when computing this trip here, it was assuming what the last trip was doing as far as energy usage. But so far it's doing pretty good. I'm still saying under 300 watt hours a mile. We can pull up here, showing I'll have 6% when I get to the next supercharger, so I'm doing very well halfway. I can look at the instant range over 15 miles. I have 51 miles, so the instant range right now projected is I have 60 miles of range. Over the past 5 months, 62 miles of range. Over the past 30 miles, 58 miles of range. So it's still more range than what my destination is. And of course I am doing the speed limit. I have my AC set at 75. If I crank this down to, let's drop it down to 68. Let's chill us out here. And let's see what it will project here. So right now, my 1 hours have gone up a little bit since I'm going for a lower temperature. Of course, right now the AC is working to get it down to that temperature. Once it gets to that temperature, it doesn't have to work as hard. I'm set to recirculate the air. That would usually cool it a little quicker. So yeah, same as a gas vehicle. If I crank the AC on the car, the compressor for the AC does work harder and does pull a little drag on the engine, and it does decrease your miles per gallon. People want to argue that electric cars, the miles aren't exactly right. Well, when I fill up my Tahoe, it says I have 520 miles on a full tank of gas. I've never gotten over 400. It all depends on the speed you're driving, how you're driving, how you have the climate control on. As you can see, the average now to 291. Like I said, I cranked this down to 68 degrees. So it's working harder to keep the car cooler. It's currently 84 degrees outside. So this is going to drop me down to, the energy use is going to be more so. But as long as I make it to my destination, that's all that really matters. So I can go for the comforts. There's a little downhill. As you can see, there's a little dip there because we're going downhill. We got another little downhill section here, so this dip is going to show up again. And nice little dip in energy. I kind of like that. I can also look at the average. So it shows out the average instead of instant range numbers. And of course, if I turn off the AC and we look at that, we'll turn off the AC, and now we're going uphill, so it's not the best timing to do that. You can see the average is now 301 hours a mile. $299 watt hours a mile. It's now giving me an instant projection of 56 miles. So the AC doesn't make much of a difference. It makes a little bit of a difference. But it's enough that we can actually toy with and milk more out. Now we're down 95. We're coming to a slower area again. So I'm gonna kick back on the AC. And now switching into night mode, dark mode for night, because it's got to be that time. The sun is on the horizon. The sun is setting. As far as the percentage the AC is pulling out of there, it's not that much, because it's already using the cooling system to keep the batteries cool. That's a part of Tesla's design. So it's also diverting some of that cooling to the cabin when you're using the AC. But when I was doing a lot of Uber driving in 1 week, I drove 1,890 miles. And out of that, the cabin, the cooling was 381 miles that it ate of that range. But that was nonstop, opening the car doors, letting the people in, letting it cool again, constantly opening and closing the doors. So that's like the worst case. On a long road trip, I'm not opening and closing the doors all the time. I'm keeping the cabin at a comfortable temperature all the time and traveling smoothly. So that's a different scenario. As far as robo-taxis, anything that's going to be shuttling people around, you have people getting in and out of your car, that is going to, cause your AC to work harder. Especially when you're down the island, it's 100 degrees outside, and you're trying to keep the cabin 72 degrees. Every time you open that door, all that cold air just rushes out, and the car has to fight to get the temperature back down again. But normally I'm averaging maybe a mile an hour when using the AC. A mile or two a range an hour. But yeah, you see a big dip down here when it went to the green. That's actually when it was charging the battery back, because it was braking back there for the light. And we have 43 more miles to go until the next supercharger stop. Well, you say fiddling without the hands on the steering wheel. I actually always have a hand on the steering wheel right down here. I've always kind of driven with one hand on the wheel because I learned on a stick. I learned on manual transmission, so I always had one on the stick, one here. For me, having the hand on the bottom 7 o'clock position on the inside of the wheel is easy, because I can spin my hand around inside the wheel for making fast turns and what have you. The hand over hand motion just always seems cumbersome to me. I don't know. But yeah, you see me fiddling around over here, yes, but my hand is still on the wheel. Even when the car prompts me for pressure on the wheel, it's not because my hand's off the wheel, it's because I'm not putting much force on it. So yeah, I am paying attention to the road and stuff. Don't worry. I'm 56 years old, and I've been driving since I was 15. I've only had 2 accidents. One was in Louisiana when someone ran into me just a few years ago, and the other one was when a dump truck hit me on South Padre Island, just took out the side of the car. Neither one were my fault. It's braking excessively for those caution lights, but it didn't come to a complete stop. We are down to the 35 mile per hour area. But the caution lights that are flashing up ahead can't really see it from y'all's angle. It's mainly because of a high turn area, usually for the trucks and stuff. The only problem about this drive is that this road does turn from a highway to city streets to town streets with a lot of stoplights and speed changes. Kind of wishing that someone would just cross in front of me real quickly so you can see some of the braking the car does. It did apply some braking for that pickup truck because he was almost coming to my lane, but he didn't completely. I want to try to say that maybe a better name for the autopilot is co-pilot, but I don't know. I feel like I'm more the co-pilot and the car is the pilot. So, you know. Like I said, driving this car for over a year, already putting 88,000 miles on it, I have to say over 98% of the time I'm on autopilot. It's like right when I start driving, anywhere I go, if I can engage it, I engage it immediately. So unlike some people who have the Tesla, they do all their driving in the Tesla. I usually sit back and I'm always more optimistic on what a computer can do when driving. Going through some of these smaller towns, there are very few towers out here. Temperature again as we're accelerating. And we can see by the graph how, you know, the town area really way low, conserving a lot of energy. One that really has to stretch the car. There's no place to really charge. Like I did in Louisiana when the hurricanes took out some of the superchargers. I didn't mind. People weren't happy behind me, but you know, I'm sitting there trying to get as far as I can. Now, I do see gas vehicles doing that every now and then. They put their emergency blinkers on, they slow down because they're almost out of gas and they're trying to make it to the gas station, so they slow down as well. We can do the same thing. I do see a lot of people out there who will, you know, do videos on driving on the Teslas. I don't know what's a live stream on a Tesla like. I've seen a few, you know, videos being made in their Tesla while driving. It'd be kind of nice if, you know, there was voice to text, or if y'all can, if YouTube would have it so y'all can actually verbally ask questions. It would be nice. Or if we could pull up, you know, I don't know if that would work or not, but most of the time you can't really watch videos and stuff while driving on the Tesla. But yeah, you can't even go to the YouTube site in the web browser unless you connect it to Wi-Fi, which I can connect to my hotspot and do that. but I don't recommend it. And again, I'm sorry I don't have SpaceX. If they want to, send me some of the equipment they use inside the Starship for streaming video, let them know. I can really use it in the car. Maybe I can do more live streams in the car. I'm hoping right now, last I looked, I was at 1,780 hours of viewed footage on my YouTube channel, and you need a total of 4,000 a year before you can make any money off of commercials or anything, or allow super chats or any way to make money on YouTube. It'd be nice to get up to that. I'm not pushing for it. Like I say, everything I do on YouTube is out of my own pocket. It is kind of mandating how much money I've gotten carried away spending on that. Some of the cameras from the hotel room were originally hooked up to Raspberry Pis. Which was not very, those are not very powerful computers, especially trying to stream video. So I went out and bought a couple of gaming laptops to be able to handle that. Those are expensive now. So that's what I'm running at the hotel, is a gaming laptop with a couple of 4K USB cameras and a couple of lenses hooked up. One's a 500 millimeter. They're cheap lenses. Like I say, it's out of my own pocket. You get what you pay for. The lens ain't that great, but dropping $400 or $500 on a good lens is just excessive right now. Something I really can't afford. And I'm using one tripod on a chair, and I have 3 cameras mounted on it with this bracket and ball swivels for each camera. So they're kind of, pointed there at the launch site and the facilities. And I did want to get there and, follow SN15 or SN20 to the pad. It's braking too much for that. Caution light. I didn't like that. Bug report, excessive braking, caution light. So I'm just sending feedback on that. That will log that, let Tesla know, and they can look at that. I didn't see anything anywhere around there that would cause it to come to a complete stop. Then again, we are in a 75 mile per hour zone with a cross street with the caution line. That's, I think they should drop the speed down in that area, but that would be an issue. I would like to see how a Tesla running the full self-driving would handle a left-hand turn, unprotected left-hand turn coming across that road with traffic coming this fast. Is the cameras good enough to be able to track these cars doing 75 miles per hour? Now I drive in chill mode, so the acceleration is not as rapid. It'd be nice to know that if they're using the full self-driving and that Tesla really needed that acceleration, at 0 to 60 in 5 seconds that I have in this car, if it will override that and go ahead and do it anyway. So, it could, theoretically, if it wanted to, it could get out there and get in that traffic very fast. Just hope that whoever's in the car with you at the time is not trying to take a drink of their coffee. That would not be very pleasant. Texas is a very, very, very big state. It takes a long time, you know. I'm sitting here spending 7 hours to get to my destination, and that's Houston. And if I was to continue to Louisiana, I would have another 3 hours to go. And that's not even the whitest part of Texas. So it's insane how big Texas is. But surprisingly, not as many dropouts as I was expecting. It's been a fairly good signal coverage all this away. I mean, I'm about halfway mark, and I have still another 200 miles to go. So yeah, to have enough cell phone towers to cover this entire distance is impressive to begin with, but also a logistics nightmare for the cell phone companies. Because if you were able to look around like I can right now, there's no homes, there's no nothing out here. It's all empty, mostly empty farmlands. There's very few side roads, and most of the side roads look more like gravel roads going out to farms. They don't look like major roads at all. So for them to have cell phone coverage out in this area is impressive for one. I don't think, you know, some people mention, you know, using Starlink satellites for cell phone coverage. That's awfully high up. That's a pretty fair distance. I don't think you can do that. I don't think it'd be the quality would be there. You would have too much, you know. You'd have too much. It would take too much power to transmit and receive at distance on a cell phone. A Starlink dish, that's a different story. That's a dish that's pointing towards the satellites. It does better. I have put the deposit down on Starlink. I'm waiting for it to become available. I can't wait to get it at home. Right now I'm using AT&T at home, and the coverage really blows out there in the country where I live. I'm getting maybe 5 megabits down, maybe 1 megabyte up if I'm lucky. And that's like the best I can get. It sucks unless I go for a satellite connection. But you know, Starlink, better pricing and everything, so I can't wait for that to become available in my area. Coke. Yes, I drink way too much Coke. I do have water. I will drink water every now and then. But at my next stop, I need to grab a Coke. A refill of my Coke. like I said, if you get a Tesla, I highly recommend a long range. I can get anywhere I want to go with the standard range plus. But with the long range, that extra range, I would be at least one less supercharger stop. And I probably wind up paying less since it charges faster at the superchargers. So a standard range plus, yeah, you're still saving money for no oil changes, no tune-ups, no maintenance. The supercharging is inexpensive, which is nice. With that little bit of shorter range, just can be a little bit inconvenient. $220 miles on a full charge. Yeah, I can get to where I need to go, but closer to 300 would give me a little more for traveling. And especially when you drive a whole lot, once you start getting that degradation in the battery, the long range would not be as noticeable. Like I say, this one here was originally rated at 240 miles. Now I'm getting close to between 218 and 220 on a full charge. So I've lost, about 20 miles of range. It's kind of in a curve, so it's not like a complete plateau. So it's kind of leveling out. It's not losing as much range anymore as it was before. As Tesla says, you'll usually lose most of your range the first year. I don't know if they take into consideration the way I drive. But I am a lot harder on it. I do a lot more supercharging than anybody else does. So I am really pushing Tesla's car to its limits. I do tend to charge 100% every now and then, which they usually don't recommend doing, but what am I going to do? It's sometimes I need that all the range I can get, especially when driving Uber. Well, one thing about Uber, I don't know if y'all know this or not, and I'm sorry for the noisy road, but yeah, one thing about Uber that a lot of people don't know is that the driver does not know where he's going until after he picks you up. Once you get in the car and I swipe that start ride, that's where I find where you're going. I may get an estimate on how long it's going to take, how long the ride's going to take, but that varies. I mean, like on the island, from one end of the island to the other, it can say it's going to be a 30-minute ride, and I can only be going 3 or 4 miles, but it's going right what the traffic's like. So it can be misleading. And Lyft is a little more vague. Lyft doesn't really tell you an average unless it's going to be over 30 minutes. I think it was over 30 minutes or over 45 minutes. But it would just say you have a long ride over 30 minutes. So I've had one where you get in and it's like, oh, you're going to Alabama, 3-hour drive. That's a lot more than 30 minutes, but that catches you off guard. And yeah, you can reject the ride if it's too far, but that leaves the person in the bind. Because then they have to go and request another driver and then hope that driver doesn't reject their drive as well. for the wish for the safe traveling. You know, another thing about this, you know, it's driving, but yet I can look over and see the sunset, and admire it while I'm driving. I'm not staring at it, I'm still paying attention to the road. But it gives me that chance to be able to relax. One problem I find with all vehicles, not just the Tesla, is these pieces of tires that get left in the road. I do not know why when a truck driver has a blown out tire that they just leave it in the road. It seems like it should be the driver's responsibility to go back and pull that section of tire off to the side of the road, not leave it in the middle of the road. It's such a hazard for anybody. You know, even if somebody was in front of me and they ran over it and it goes flying, that's a hazard. Those semi-truck tires do blow out. I've been beside one when one of the tires exploded and hit the side of my vehicle, and it felt like a bull ran up and hit the side of my truck. As far as the cast iron bladder, I have a huge bladder. I can drink tons, you know, a couple of liters of Coke and not have any problems, and not have to use the bathroom. I can drive, you know, 24 hours and not have to take a bathroom break. Other people I know, they take a little sip of water and 15 minutes later they have to use the bathroom again. I think that's a lot to do in training. From what I understand, you can actually teach your bladder to be able to hold itself better, to be able to hold more fluid and not have to use the bathroom as often. And I know I used to consume a lot, but I used to do a lot of rock climbing, whitewater rafting, and kayaking, and, you know, backpacking. We didn't have time to stop every now and then use the bathroom. We had to keep going, especially when you're rock climbing. When you're up 500 feet, it's just rude to turn around and pee off the side of the rock. There are people below you, so you got to hold it. Nobody likes yellow rain. Even if you don't have, you know, the bladder capacity anymore, that's what they make the pins for. Come on. You have an employee that says it takes too many bathroom breaks, give them some Depends for the day. How much money would you save by paying for one pair of diapers for them instead of them taking a bathroom break every 30 minutes? I know, you don't want me to be your boss. But, you know, I even found that when I was running network cables at McDonald's, installing the kiosks, you know, that the assistants that they would send me to go out there to help with those jobs, every time I turned around, they were on another bathroom break. And, you know, it's like, I found it took them hours to do something that should have took 30 minutes. And it was very annoying. And, you know, granted, they don't have the experience that I do. They haven't been doing it as long as I have. But it was very annoying that, you know, I have this assistant who's supposed to know what he's doing, and I have to keep hunting him down because he's on another bathroom break. You know, or I'll be halfway through the middle of the night, because most of those jobs started around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and we usually got done around 4 or 5 in the morning. We had to do it at nighttime and try to get the store back open for their breakfast rush. And I never took a break. I didn't stop and break. I didn't have a midnight lunch or dinner. I got to the site, I started working, and I didn't stop working until I was done. But a lot of people can't seem to do that anymore. We're coming up to about 8 miles to the next charger here in Victoria, Bloomington, Texas. We have 20 miles of range, so we're doing pretty good. Again, I could have left earlier at the other one and saved charging and fiddled with the AC unit, gone for the warmer cabin, and gone a little bit under the speed limit. I'm sure it's going to make my ride take longer, but my charging time could have been less, and the price would have been a little bit less. But, you know, I am not going to complain about spending $4.29 to charge back there. So far, here it is. We left South Padre Island. So far, I've spent $4.29 in supercharger fees, and spent about, 20-25 minutes charging the last time, even though we're paying 30 or estimated 30. So we're just going to get 30. For 10 minutes to get me to my destination with a 25% battery. And yes, I just missed that exit. Oops. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, since it wasn't navigating, it didn't take. Or did I? No, it didn't. Okay, it's still good. I thought I missed that exit. That's one thing I do like to navigate on autopilot. When it is on the interstate, I don't miss the exits. I let the car do it. I've actually overridden it once thinking it was missing an exit. I was wrong, the car was right. But some of these ramps, you know, I know I'm going to Victoria to exit, and of course that exit said Victoria, so it can be confusing. That's why I would like to see more of the full self-driving for this. That way, it won't, you know, it'll know what to do in that situation, handle itself. You know, right now, when you just have these two lines, it's holding the lane. It will switch lanes if I signal. Otherwise, it's going to hold the lane and do its autopilot. It stays in the middle of the lane. When you got a single blue line in the middle, then it's on the navigate on autopilot, which means it will take exits, interchanges, pass slower vehicles and everything on its own. Just in case you're joining and you didn't know that. So yeah, I need to rename the name of this stream. I have to edit it when I come to a stop here in about 3 minutes. yeah, this will be an interesting stream if you want to see what it's like to drive for many hours in a Tesla. Standard range plus. Like I say, it's not the long range version. I do have to stop more frequently in this. It does charge slower. Like I was telling someone before, if I hit a 250 kilowatt supercharger, this is only going to charge at 174 maximum. And once you get to a certain percentage of battery, it starts slowing down the charge to protect the battery, to increase the battery life. So it doesn't charge at the full peak speed all the time. We have a 250 kilowatt supercharger in Brownsville. It's kind of strange that just now it switches over to interstate mode. Now it's on Navigator and Autopilot for the last 1.2 miles. That's okay. It's becoming more of an interstate type environment. Why before it's just a regular highway, I'm not sure. Hopefully that changes. I don't know what the logistics of that is. So here we are coming up to in about 0.6 of a mile. I'm not touching anything. Well, I have my hand on the steering wheel, but I'm not steering. I'm not touching the brake or the accelerator. It's going to go ahead and take this exit for me. It should, unless it switches back to a regular road. If I recall, it should automatically do it. Coming up 0.2, so it's already braking. It's slowing down for it. It's already dropping the speed down to 65, and it's now signaling to take the exit, so it's taking the exit itself. And it's telling me in 200 feet it's going to want me to step on the accelerator to let me know I'm paying attention as it comes up to here. If I don't do that, it's going to come to a complete stop. So if I was to fall asleep, it'll come to a complete stop here off the off ramp until I step on the accelerator myself. So if you see a Tesla sitting on the off-ramp of the interstate, and that's a divided highway, sorry, that's bad. If you see a Tesla on an off-ramp that's come to a complete stop, the driver probably fell asleep and wasn't paying attention. Go knock on the window and tell them to wake up and start driving responsibly. Now here in Victoria, Texas, we have one supercharger system here. Well, they have several chargers here, but this is the one in this area. It's in a little Quinta hotel. Right across the street from McDonald's. As we're pulling up, there is no other Teslas here. I'm the only one. So another no wait charging. And we're going to back up. It is saying, I think it was like 25 minutes to charge. Battery very low. I got 9 miles of range left. Okay, now we're sitting here. We're starting to charge. Now there are third-party apps. One that I like to use is Stats. I think y'all can see that. Yeah, Stats. It does a very good job of showing here as the rated range, and over here is the estimated range. And it goes off the past driving that you're doing, and it does take in consideration the load you're carrying. So if you got a lot of people in your car, a lot of stuff in your trunk, a heavier car, it's going to adjust the range for you there. But it's showing the car is charging. Right now, Tesla's recommending 25 minutes to charge. It is now 8:48. We're at 66 kilowatts right now, 315 miles per hour charging. Once it gets up to about, I think, 25 miles, I keep mine in miles, that should jump up. If I change this over here, I want to go display, and we want to change it to percentage. And we're at 6% battery. I think around the 10 or 15% battery, that's when it starts cranking up the speed of the charging. So when you're at a very low charge, it charges slow. When you get up at a high charge, it slows down the charging then as well. But all that is to protect the battery of the car. Yeah, right now, here it is. We're at 7%. It's jumped up to, well, that's jumping all the way up to 140 kilowatts. Still climbing. Okay, we're at 143 kilowatts. 685 miles an hour that it's charging. Let's see what it maxes out. 145 kilowatts. 146. And this is the 150 kilowatt supercharger, so we're at 146, 147, so we're pretty close. Let me remove this camera real quick here and make an adjustment here while we're at it. Can I edit here? Open the camera back here. I'm trying to see if there's any way to edit this stream while it's in process. Is there? Really, there's no place for me to edit the title without killing the stream? Oh, that is a wider angle. I don't know. I kind of like that wider angle. What do y'all think? Of course, can we do a tunnel vision here? Let's see what happens. See lives. It should show mine on here somewhere. Why is it showing mine? On that. I'll mute that there. give me a place to edit it. Let me try it a different way. Now, of course, how far are we from the next charging in Richmond, Texas? Or Richmond, Texas. So we have 100 miles to go to the next supercharger. So I wonder if I can do this. Move this more forward. Maybe if I turn this around this way and rotate that way. Well, this gives me a little bit of options. That doesn't block my rear view mirror as much. There. I'm just editing the YouTube stream from the laptop at the hotel. I can remote into the laptops on the road. If y'all haven't ever watched the channel To the Future, on YouTube. I recommend them. I love his videos. I'm not sure why one of them is no longer participating in them, but they do a good job. They cover a lot of technology and everything, space related and what have you. Sorry, it's kind of distracted here answering a question here. But yeah, To the Future, their channel, right here, they do great coverage. I love the way he puts them out there. Same with the Angry Astronaut. Very good videos. I recommend them. Definitely subscribe. Check them out. They try to update every week or so. Sorry, I'm answering a question from someone. That's why I'm not talking right now. But yeah, I love the way they explain things. They dive deep into a lot of different things. Talking about all different technology. Disruptive technologies, Tesla's, how the Chinese is copying SpaceX, etc. They do their research, and they do have some pretty good knowledge. I recommend them if you ever want to check out a channel. I think I have their channel in my description somewhere. But yeah, definitely check them out. Angry Astronaut is also another good one. Yeah, there's quite a few channels. If you like movie reviews, I love Critical Drinker. It's just hilarious, some of the stuff he comes up with. But yeah, we're at 50%, 56% battery now. It's recommending about 10 minutes left. And we started at what, 8:48? Almost 8:50. So it's been, 12, 15 minutes now, so it's pretty accurate on its 25-minute mark. Like I say, we have about 100 miles to go. Okay. Sorry, I was just replying to someone, and it seems like someone's trying to pretend to be someone they're not. They're trying to get money out of people. It's a shame the world we live in. Yeah, right now, if I was to leave right this second, I would arrive, best case scenario, 7% battery, which is not an issue. I can definitely make it. But I'm just going to give it 5 more minutes. Having problems with street people, I'm not sure what you mean by homeless people. There are some places that there are homeless people hanging out, but I haven't really seen that. Most of the superchargers are in pretty good hotels, pretty good shopping centers, not like some gas stations I run into. And right now, I have moisture building up on the windshield. But we can see how this looks when driving on the next leg. Okay, yeah, so the title of the video, the stream did change. That's good. I'm a little bit tired, but I got a long way to go. I still will be getting at my destination around midnight, and then from there I have to drive back and get back to McAllen by in the morning. So I may wind up taking a nap later, kick back and sleep for a while. Maybe get like a 45-minute nap at a supercharger, charge more up to 100%. But as you can see right now, it's saying 5 more minutes. I need 100 miles to get to the next one. I'm going to get there 12% if I leave right now. I can get out and stretch my legs. I should probably, I don't know, I might hit McDonald's. And sorry, I know McDonald's is boo-how. No good. Not good. But definitely get a large drink at least. Sometimes I like to eat, I really like to eat Chinese food. And the full self-driving does make it easy to eat with chopsticks while driving. I don't recommend doing that without full self-driving or navigating on autopilot. It could be kind of hazardous. Actually, I don't think eating with chopsticks is good to do with driving, because if you do get in an accident, the airbags deployed, you have these 2 sticks that can be used as pretty lethal weapons being plunged into you by airbags. So yeah, I think eating with chopsticks in a car is not a good idea. But that's where a lot of fast food really has gotten to us. We don't stop and sit down and eat at restaurants anymore. We're too busy driving, going places, never taking the time and just eating like we should. We're always on the go. But yeah, you can see we've gotten up there in the percentage. It's slowing down its charge. It's only charging at 40 kilowatts. And like I say, being a long range, if it was a long range, it would charge a lot faster for a lot longer. because you haven't filled up the battery or you haven't gone to complete capacity in the battery. Even right now, 90% there, and this would be 80. So it's still not. still not going to 100% yet. I have enough to go ahead and continue my trip as my consumption has been normal for this, so it feels safe. And we know what we've charged last time, and here it is, the second fill up here, $4.40. So I'm at just around $8.58. So I really can't complain when you look at the price. Considering I started at South Padre Island. So how far have I driven so far? Yeah, about 250 miles for $8. I mean, I'm going to spend more money at McDonald's than what I've spent so far for driving these past 4 hours. So, I didn't look. How long has the stream been running for? Do we have... Yeah, the stream's been going for 3 hours and 38. I'm not sure how many dropouts we've had. Watching a live stream actually does not count for the hours needed for monetization for YouTube. But replaying a live stream that has already ended does count. That's why I have a playlist of live streams. So a few of my friends would, have those running at nighttime and just using the music in the background of those live streams to sleep. They like the music. It's relaxing. It's soothing. So they really enjoy that. Some people enjoy that for meditation. Let me go unplug here. Okay, now we will continue our trip here, but I am going to hit this McDonald's. Well, I'm not going to hit the McDonald's. I'm going to go through the drive-through of the McDonald's. Hitting it sounds so aggressive. I think there is an exit over here on this. This is where full self-driving I really like to see, because when you got this mist, this fog mess on the windshield, it's hard to see. The camera does a very good job keeping itself clear with defoggers right in the camera area of the glass so that it can keep visibility. This will clear up once I start moving and getting up to a speed. But then again, I do have temperature set at 70 degrees where it's 82 outside and humid. So we're going to pull around here, and I'm still connected Bluetooth to the car, so it's still using the Bluetooth, using the mic in the car for audio. I should try disabling that and going to the microphone on the phone itself. I don't know if that'd be better or not. I'm trying to figure out this parking lot. It's kind of weird here. We will hit the drive-through. We are such a violent society. I'm going to hit the drive-through. No, I'm going to go through the drive-through. Well, it still doesn't sound too well. But let's see here. I think, go for it.
Thank you for choosing McDonald's. Will you be using your mobile app?
No, ma'am.
How can I help you?
Could I get a quarter pounder deluxe combo for large Coke Zero, please?
We don't have Coke Zero, but we do have Diet Coke.
Well, regular Coke then.
Okay, anything else for you?
That should do it.
All right, sir. So your total is going to be $9.30. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, I have spent more money at McDonald's than I have for this drive so far. And just to let you know, that last full charging came to a total of $4.84. So we're at $8.48, $9. So yeah, about the same price. But and I know hamburgers are not good for you. It's, so fattening. Yeah, I should have told her she's live on YouTube. I don't know what it is. I've noticed a lot of McDonald's down here are always busy. There's always a line. Same for Whataburger. Whataburger is kind of a Texas thing. They're always busy. There's always a line at Whataburger. But every Burger King I've seen has been dead. Just no customers at Burger King anymore. I don't know what's going on. What has happened to Burger King? Now, of course, when we got through charging, it was estimating that we would have, 15% when we got to the next destination. But as of now, it is now saying 19%. So it's recalculating as we go. It'll change as we go. And that bug is outside the window. So when it comes to fast food, what places do y'all like to eat at? And I always hate it when people go through a drive-through or a restaurant and they want to do multiple orders and have them charged on different cards and stuff. It's just, you make things more complicated. The drive-through set up and designed to handle one car at a time. So when you have multiple orders for one car, it gets very confusing for the employees. And no offense, some of the employees don't need that extra confusion. They're having a hard enough time. That's just, a joke more than anything, but I'm sure you ran into that. I did go through a Sonic once. It's like a fast food drive-through, and I ordered just a Route 44 Coke. I was paying exact change, and I handed the lady the exact change in quarters, dimes, nickels, and pennies. And she couldn't handle it. She actually had to call the manager and said, he handed me these because she did not know how to figure out change. I'm worried how society's gotten like that. It's really bad. But let's get up here and and pay for this order here. They should.
All right, it's gonna be 9:30, sir.
Okay, Apple Pay.
Apple Pay?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
And I always use Apple Pay. It's always the best thing to
All
use.
right, enjoy your evening.
I will do that. And we'll get our food and continue our drive. As she is confused. I do hate, they really should start asking if you want a receipt and quit printing the receipt. The amount of paper that is wasted, you know, at least it's paper, not plastic, but still, it's still a big waste. And, you know, they want to go after straws for being put so much plastic in the environment, but what about things that get shipped to the store? Oh.
Anytime.
Thank you. You too. And I didn't get enough time to tell her she's on YouTube, but hey, oh well. Small for the camera. Let me transfer this over to my travel mug. So that now for the money, I do have one of these I believe it's Igloo, not Igloo, but oh God, who makes this? Someone gave that to me, and I think they're like $60 when you buy them. But I have to say, I have left a drink with ice in it in this car to the point where the outside of the container is hot from the sun beaming on it, but the ice is still ice in the car. And it was like 10 hours later. This thing has some incredible cooling, you know, maintaining the temperature in it. It's not funny. And I'm drawing a complete blank on the name of this product. Well, a lot of your stores had it, but you know, like I said, they were crazily expensive. I would have never gone and spent the money on it. So many items out there claim to be very good, but this one actually turned out to be as advertised, and it does a very good job. Now, as far as SpaceX goes, yeah, we've seen them move the serial number 20 back to the pad. It's actually not at the pad, it's at the orbital launch area. It's not on the orbital launch pad yet, but it's near there, last I saw on the stream. As we get on the road here and get ready to engage. Okay, and we're engaged, letting it take over. As it accelerates, it will now handle the merging. I have it to automatically change lanes without confirmation. When you're driving in a Tesla, under autopilot, you can go around and you can say, have it's customized navigation autopilot. You can tell it to require lane change confirmation. Yeah, require lane change confirmation here, yes or no. Then I would have to do something to tell it, okay, it can change lanes now. I have it set to no, so it automatically change lanes. I also have on the speed-based lane change, which means if someone's going slower in front of me, it will be more aggressive in passing them. I have max mode. But yeah, it's kind of fun. It's more relaxing driving. It does a wonderful job. And like I say, having this car for a year and already hitting 88,000 miles. I'm at 88,374 miles and climbing. And how well this car has performed, I have no complaints at all on Tesla. I will definitely buy another Tesla. Will I trade this one in? No. I do have the full self-driving package on it. So I figure if robotaxi ever does become a thing, I can at least let this do the driving for me. When I'm not doing anything. I can kind of imagine having a couple Teslas staying at a hotel like I am now, and both of them going out doing a robotaxi, making money for me while I'm sitting on a beach. Now, of course, not everybody can do something like that. For me, my home is paid for, my property is paid for, I have no debt. I don't want to get into debt. I would look for a place in Brownsville to live. I just don't know if I want to sign a lease. I don't know what's going to happen over these next years. This COVID-19, the new variant, the Delta, states are having problems with that. I'm kind of repeating myself, but it's beeping because it sees it's in a construction zone, so it wants to make sure that I'm paying attention. Even though I have to handle the wheel, I'm still paying attention. It does see that the traffic pattern has changed besides what it thinks it should be. It is seeing the cones and stuff over here, so it's staying away from those cones. It's braking for some reason there. And we have another. And the reason why every now and then is because of the construction area. Switched off of Navigate on autopilot, and most of that's because these roads are kind of shifting traffic pattern. It used to be side roads that they are converting over, to my best guess. Of course, the cameras actually do a very good job at nighttime. I can see the wall fairly clearly here. The lights in the car behind me is kind of blinding the other one, the rear view one. flashes blue like that, it just wants to see more pressure on the wheel to make sure I'm paying attention. If y'all get a chance to make it to Boca Chica to see the Starship, you won't be disappointed. Pictures and video does not really give you a full grasp of how big that ship is. Seeing a launch is just incredible. But that also is true for any launch. If you can get to any place to watch a launch in person, it's just the power of the rocket launching. And if you never tried it, check out model rockets. Building a model rocket and launching them yourself is tons of fun and very enjoyable. I used to do that quite a bit. It was fun. I would go to a neighborhood, go to the park, do about 2 to 3 model rocket launches. Then all these kids start showing up, and I just sit back, and they will go and gather the rockets as they land, bring them back. I'll repack the parachutes, put another engine in, go for another launch. Let them do the running and catching of the rockets as they come back down. Truth, yes, I would love to be sitting over there live streaming from Starbase, Texas. Everything that's going on over there. But I still have to make a living. of people over there doing that already. There's a lot of people over there. And whenever I go over there to set up my camera, some of them give me the feeling that they feel like I'm intruding in their space. Yeah, I know they want to be the only ones with certain content. Even when I was over there once taking some sunset shots, some other photographer was like running in front of me to make sure they got the same angle that I was taking a picture of in case mine's better than his. It can be frustrating, but you know, they're trying to make a living. They're relying on their views on their channel. They're relying on that income. For me, you know, I'm not relying on any income on the channel. So I'm not over there all the time taking pictures. You know, Elon tweeted something about Starship and the booster being moved to the pad Monday. So I was planning to go out there Monday to hopefully catch it, but unfortunately he moved to Starship today. But I was busy giving people rides to the airport to make money to pay for the hotel room, to keep staying there on the island. And I am still, you know, driving as much as possible to make as much money as possible. I have other cameras that I want to buy. I have equipment I want to buy. That is not cheap. It's quite expensive equipment. But in order to do that, I need to make a lot of money to be able to afford that. And I'm not talking a few $100. I mean, I used to do photography back in, you know, the 70s and 80s. I used to do holographic photography on 0.005 ASA glass plates and using lasers. I had my own dark room. You know, so I miss photography. I mean, I'm more into computers and math and sciences. But photography was also fun. And my camera does a good job. But it's acceptable. You know, I want outstanding. I want very high detail for photographs. And that equipment's expensive. The camera alone that I want is $6,000. And then I'm looking at $4,000 for the lens for the camera. You know, it is not a cheap camera. But it is a very professional, high quality camera that can do by far better than what YouTube can handle. Which is, you know, the point of any good photography. There's also other types of cameras that I would like to get that I don't see anybody else doing that I think would be kind of cool to do. I won't say on the air because that's for me when I can afford it. That camera is also $6,000. Might come down by the time I can afford it. But you know, as it stands now, you know, I need to crank out and make as much money as possible to be able to afford this. Because I would love to be able to get that money saved up really soon to get that equipment before an orbital launch, before the next launch. You know, I mean, even as it is now, I wasn't happy with how the camera was handled for serial number 10's launch or serial number 15's launch. Well, 15 it handled better. I have a new head for the tripod that's smoother for tracking, but there's such low cloud coverage that was hardly a good test. So I need more launches to be able to practice more of a better camera head or tripod head to hold that camera. But I do think it is going to be crazy to see this Starship and its booster both launch from Starbase Texas. I mean, what in the world is 29 Raptor engines going to sound like? I mean, we've heard 3 Raptor engines, and you know what? They didn't go to 100% power. So what are those engines going to sound like at 100% power? What is 29 of them going to sound like at 100% power? Will they take them to 100%? You know, we have to wait to see. The launch tower is progressing smoothly. They're constantly working on it. It's going to be wild to see a tower try to catch a booster. It would really be cool to have them do a hop with BN3 or BN4 and test the catching mechanism just to see. But I know they want to do an orbital launch first. And you know, they do have serial number 15 and serial number 16 sitting over there next to SpaceX. It'll be nice to see 15 fly again. It'll be nice to see 16 to fly. Now the big question that some people are talking about right now is, yeah, we are doing pretty good with the EVs, with the Tesla. But what about the tires? Rubber on tires, we go through a lot of tires. And it's not easy to recycle tires. And I was mentioning how there have been some tire fires that have lasted decades because a burning tire is so hard to put out. And usually whenever they do catch on fire, it's usually arson or something else. But it's usually old tires, you know, stockpiles, massive yards full of old tires that are not used, that are sitting there. And when they catch on fire, it's very hard to put them out. It takes a lot of effort to extinguish that. Now, some tires are being recycled. They're chopping up the tires and making mats for playgrounds for kids and what have you. But all the vehicles on the road, that's a lot of tires. You know, is there any way to take all those tires and chop them up and turn them into a pavement for a road instead of the asphalt? You know, that would be a pretty sick traction though, tire against tire. You know, how would that hold up? Would that even work? can we recycle the tires into the road itself? And if we were to move away from, and that Coke tastes funny from McDonald's. It tastes almost like bubble gum. But, sorry. If we move away from rubber for tires, what else can we use for tires and cars? We can't use a steel tire, a metal tire. That would not be a smooth ride at all. Another YouTube channel to check out is Dr. Know-It-All. He has a Tesla as well. He's been doing some driving. I've talked to him, and he eventually tried using the self-parking feature. You know, it's amazing how someone's owned a Tesla for a while, and there's so much that the car can do that they haven't done, that they haven't tried. For me, I try to use every feature possible. I summons my car in parking lots, in busy parking lots, in packed parking lots, with people and cars in it. I don't think the guys who are testing it on YouTube, showing it in an empty parking lot, is a fair example, because it's not made to be worked in an empty parking lot. The only way to really show it is in a parking lot where there are cars parked next to you, parked into parking spaces, parked, you know, people walking around. It's not going to bump into a car. As long as you're paying attention to it, you can stop it at any time, but it's not going to run into another car. If it does, then Tesla completely fails on the full self-driving. Yeah, it's going to drive over white lines and what have you, because they're not working on making it looking at the lines in the parking lot. Something they do need to work on. You know, I would love to see the day when I can just get out of this car, walk into the grocery store, and let the car go park itself. And then when I come out of the grocery store, that car comes straight to me. You know, now to use the summons, I come out of the store and I have to open up the app and I have to hit the come to me icon, so the car can start pulling out the parking space, navigate the parking lot, come to me. It'd be nice, you know, if you didn't have to go through all those extra steps where the phone would know you're coming out of the store and know you're in the parking lot and go ahead and sums it for you. And I'm sure that will be something down the road once full self-driving becomes a thing. Because sometimes, some places I've gone, I've spent more time trying to find a parking space than what I was going to spend inside the store. You know, it's like I'm going to run in for 2 minutes just to grab one thing and use the self-checkout and get out of there. But yet I'm spending 35, 40 minutes trying to find a parking space. It'd be very convenient if I can just let the car go look for a parking space and I go grab the stuff and come out, and if it hasn't found one yet, it can just come pick me up then. Now, I'm not sure why, but I've noticed in this area, I get this white triangle here, and it says again, autopilot features limited. Features may be restored on the next drive. It will clear out by itself eventually, not have to wait for another drive. But, and what I'm suspecting is that the network that the Tesla is on, it may not be communicating something. I'm not sure why. But right now, everything on autopilot is working fine. I don't know what features is limited, and as you can see, it just disappeared. So it was just in that one small area, and that it pops up every time when I pass through that area. We have 65 miles to go to our next supercharger stop. I have 114 miles of range. And if we look at the chart here, it's estimating instead of the 15% we would have, it'd be about 7%. So it's still doing good. I still have plenty of buffer room to worry about, not to worry about it. And like I said, if you're in need of stretching the range on the car, yeah, I can do that. I can adjust the climate control. I can, decrease the speed, not do the speed limit, go under the speed limit more, and that would help increase my range. And I've done that in the Tahoe many a times when I'm driving the Tahoe and my gas is running low and there's no gas station nearby. I have had to adjust my speed and stuff to get better gas mileage, to stretch the car, to make that extra distance. And yeah, for the past 41 minutes, my average watt hour usage has been 312 watt hours a mile. Try cranking the air conditioner down to 68 degrees again. See if that messes up the watt hours a mile by much. I think a lot of their EPA rated mileage, based on a lot of things, maybe a cabin temperature of 78 degrees. It's just like the electricity uses for your home is rated a certain amount, but if you crank that air conditioner up, you're going to be spending more electricity than what you would in a different environment. Now let's talk about Dream Chaser. We need to get that into orbit. We need to get that flying. That's a good method of getting people to the space station. Kind of a shuttle, it can glide itself back down. Would be nice. If I'm talking about the one. I'm not talking about the one that Boeing's doing. I don't know. Star Chaser, I think it is. Yeah, I'm a little tired. Just trying to think of the right words, trying to think of what to talk about. But taking it back to the hangar, trying to figure out the problems with the valves. I mean, these guys have been doing rockets for a long time. Why can't they get working? Isn't the communication system really gone that far downhill that these rocket scientists don't know what they're doing anymore? I mean, look at the Voyager space probes. Those things are still working today. They were launched back in the 70s. And they beautiful launch trajectory, swinging by all those planets, everything they done there, phenomenal. What has happened where we we can't get a simple manned capsule to orbit because of a valve problem. I mean, really a valve. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. The problems they're having should not be issues. You know, SpaceX is doing by far more than anybody else as far as spacecrafts go and launches. And I hate to say it, just watching those Falcons launch in Florida, it's getting very routine. I mean, their launches, they land. Their launches, they land. You know, it reminds me almost of like watching the Chicago Bears back when I was in the Coast Guard, the year they won the Super Bowl. I mean, it's like they won. Oh, the refrigerator did something funny. Okay, that's cute. They won. Oh, they lost. They won. I mean, there was no competition. It's like every team they went up against, it's like they weren't trying. And it kind of made it kind of boring to watch football then, because you kind of knew the outcome when you started. Not saying I want to see rockets blowing up and stuff. It is really cool to watch SpaceX launch those Falcons and watch those guys come back in for a landing over and over again, repetitively. The excitement is there. You hear it in people's voices. Now you watch Blue Origin do their little bungee jump thing, and you just got one person announcing. You don't hear anybody cheering it on. It does not make it enjoyable. It's like going to a comedy club when there's no audience. Nobody laughing at the jokes. Just, you know, one guy up on stage telling a joke, you know, why do golfers carry an extra pair of socks? Just in case they get a hole-in-one. You know, I mean, yeah, no crowd, no funny, no laughter. It's, I think that's, you know, Blue Origin may be missing the mark. If they would have had an audience watching their launches and stuff, maybe there might be more excitement. But, you know, Blue Origin is doing their launches out in the middle of nowhere where you really can't see anything. With very limited access. So it may be kind of cool to see this rocket go up and come back down and land, and it's you know, its capsule come down and land with its chutes. Okay, yeah, that's nice one or two times. It's not going to orbit, so it doesn't really impress me. I've seen model rockets do the same thing, except for the landing. I mean, they come back down a parachute. But I've seen model rockets get the same altitude as what Blue Origin's doing. You know, it's not that difficult. Getting to orbit is difficult. Getting to the edge of outer space is easy. You know, everything he's doing is easy. But it's like he's doing everything easy. You know, where are these engines that he's supposed to be making for a spacecraft that he has yet to deliver? You know, why does he expect that NASA should give him the contract to land on the moon when he hasn't even gotten a single ship into orbit? Where he hasn't even been able to provide the engines to another company so they can get their ship to orbit. I mean, he doesn't have a right to sit there and sue and cry about SpaceX getting these contracts when SpaceX is actually delivering stuff. They're actually doing something. And, you know, Jeff Bezos may complain that there's no competition. You know, that's unfair that SpaceX gets these contracts for competition. Well, you know, my personal opinion, there shouldn't be competition. You have a provider here that's offering you a service that is good, that they can deliver on, and they're offering you a good rate. There is no need to have to go and have competition out there. I mean, when I go and pay someone to fix my roof, I pick someone that has a good rate and who knows what they're doing. I am not going to be sitting there worrying if someone's going to sue me because they've never done a roof before, but they wanted to do it. But I didn't, you know, look at their offer, or I didn't want to pay their offer, and they're suing me because I'm not going to do that and didn't give them the work. It doesn't work that way for other industries. Why does it have to be that way for the space program? You know, NASA should not have to sit there and say, we got to open this up to bidding to multiple businesses. No, NASA should say, look, SpaceX over here is doing something. They're building these starships. They're building these rockets. They're launching these rockets over and over again. They're landing them over and over again, and they're doing it cheaper than anybody else. Why do we need to go anywhere else? Why do we need to think about anybody else? NASA should sit there and say, hey, we need some spacesuits, but we're running into a problem. Hey, SpaceX, do you think you can handle this? I mean, the spacesuit needs to have some sort of environmental system to keep you warm or cold. Well, SpaceX has been working on heat pumps for the Teslas, and they're not that big. Let's see if we can fit something similar to that into a spacesuit and make it work in outer space. I mean, here you are, NASA spacesuit made by Tesla. You know, it's possible. They could do it. They built their own suits for the Crew Dragon, and they look nice. They don't look like the other guys. So why not? You know, SpaceX has the drive. Elon has the drive. Those employees enjoy what they're doing over there. And they're making decent money. Now, they're not making tons of money. Some people think they're making huge amounts of money. And yes, some of them probably are. But they're all getting paid pretty good. He takes care of his employees. But it's the work environment. It's what they are doing, what they are trying to achieve is what they are working for. I don't think most of the SpaceX employees are sitting there saying, I need more money, or they're all out there working because they share the dream that Elon has. They want to be on the leading edge of the space exploration, space technology. That's why they're working at SpaceX. You know? Would I want to apply for a job over there? Oh, they work way too hard. I don't know if I want to do that. You know, I'm 57. I'm the age of most of their parents. You know, what's that going to be like? I'll be sitting around the morning breakfast talking shop, asking anybody if they have any spare denture cream around for my dentures. Sitting there in the afternoon and saying, well, it's time for my nap. You know, I know I'm not all that old. Yeah, Elon is in his 50s. Or he's 50. But it's not the type anymore. You know, that many hours. I mean, I know some of the guys who work over there, and they work crazy hours. And it's not so much as that's what they're expected to do. They may get yelled at for working too many hours, but they get so engulfed in their work. And it's cool when they're not working because they're still working. I mean, I'll be sitting down talking to one of them, and he's talking so much shop, and you can see he's thinking of his work. He's thinking about how to do things, thinking about what he's going to do when he gets back to work. I mean, his mind's always on his work. Is that healthy? I don't know. Some people burn out. Some people can't handle that much work. For me in the computer field, oh my goodness. I mean, it's not uncommon to have a laptop in the bed next to me. You know, all the computers I have in the house, especially when I'm getting into scripting and programming and writing something, I mean, I can get carried away for days. To automate the lights in the house, I don't go out and buy these pre-made Alexa-enabled light bulbs and light switches and stuff. No, I build my own. I make my own. I write the software. I program it the way I want it to work, how I want it to work. I do all that myself. And, you know, in the past, I had my girlfriend coming to me and asked me if I was ever going to come to bed. It was 8 in the morning, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was working all night. I got tied up. I mean, I just got carried away. That can burn you out. And a lot of people just can't handle that. And that's how I've always lived my life. It just, every time I turn around, you know, it was always IT work, always doing something with computers. I mean, my house I had in Eunice, I had to run network cables and stuff throughout the house. Well, I didn't have to, but I wanted to run network cables through the house. I personally did not want to crawl under the house and get into the mud and everything else. So I made a robot to do that for me. So I had a robot going up the house, and then I would snake a cable down, have the robot grab it, and pull it to the other end, hook it, I pull it up. You know, my dad always says if you have a difficult task to do, give it to a lazy person. He'll find a simpler and easier way of doing it. And even for me, when I was a network admin for a company, my boss in Houston could not understand what I was doing half the time. I handled 52 different offices. Each office had anywhere from 20 to 60 computers. in those offices. I kept every solitary one of those computers up to date with every security patch that came out, every software update that came out. All of my machines are up to date. I wrote my own custom scripts to do that. I did them all simultaneously. I can update all the computers within 45 minutes of all the offices simultaneously at the exact same time. And my boss in Houston, who's getting paid twice as much as me, could not understand how I did that. And other network admins for the company were busy traveling all over the country, going to each and every office, sitting down at each and every computer, running the update, installing all the updates, then going to the next computer one by one, to the point where they finally got to the last one. They had to start all over because new updates are out, and they had to repeat the same process constantly. But my boss could not understand that. Even when I gave him the script, he could not understand what the script was doing. You know, and I find it sad that I am your employee, and you're in charge of me, and you don't understand this. And even when our offices got hit with a blaster worm, I called my boss, you know, Monday morning. I'm like, hey, I see you have 70 computers in Houston infected with the blaster worm now. And it was progressing. It went from 70 to 150, 200, 300. And he's like, how do I know that? I'm like, because my network sniffers sees your computers trying to affect mine. Because all of mine was patched and up to date, none of mine got infected. But everybody else's throughout the entire company got infected. And I got in trouble because I made the IT department look bad. Because I was the only one who kept everybody's machines up to date. You know, it's not right the way that works. But that's kind of how it's gotten. People learn just what they need to know. They don't try to learn any more than what they need. And I think that's what's happening a lot in a lot of industries, is that they just learn enough to get by. That's why I came down here. I like what SpaceX is doing. I like to study what they're doing. I like to talk to the guys who are actually building the engines. Because I want to learn what I can learn. Not I need to, I just want to learn it. And it's really nothing that I'll spend every day trying to learn something new. If you don't know something, learn it. Find something you don't know and learn it. You don't know, you might be interested in one day. As my mother used to say to my dad, my mother used to complain that my dad was a know-it-all. And my dad used to usually reply, not yet, but he's working on it. Which is the way it should be. You know, I've talked to people and they just say, you know, well, you're lucky because undoubtedly you could afford to get an education. You know, you don't need to afford to go get an education. Knowledge is free. Now, yeah, you need to go to a college and get a diploma showing you have learned something. Yeah, then you may have to spend money. But you know, for the longest time, you can go in and sit in on any college courses and learn that course without paying. You know, you're not going to get a degree, you're not going to get graded, but it's not stopping you from learning. But people. It's like signal drops out every now and then. But you know, I run into some strange things when doing Uber. I was giving this one father and son a ride to the airport once. And as we were driving, the son pointed to some of the windmills out here in Texas and asked his dad what they were. And his dad explained to the child those are used to blow the hurricanes offshore so they won't affect the area. And I felt sad. It's like, do I correct this father in front of his son, embarrassing the father, you know, and say, excuse me, son, your dad's an idiot, and explain to them what those really are, how they're producing electricity, you know, and what happens to the kids who are being taught BS from their parents who don't know any better and are not corrected? It scares me. If y'all have never seen the movie Idiocracy, check it out. It's pretty. It's kind of funny, but it's also sad because it's so true. So much of what's going on today is in that movie, and you know, I mean, we have politicians, we have senators that have no common sense. You can look it up on YouTube. There's a senator who got in front of a committee and explained that we need to quit sending troops to Guam because he's afraid if too many troops get on that island, it's going to tip over and capsize. I mean, WTF? You know, this is a senator. He doesn't know basic principles of that? That an island will not tip over? It's not a boat. You know, we've also had others mentioning that he doesn't see why a woman can't just swallow a pill with a camera in it, and as it passes through the woman and comes out the other end, they can look at the pictures of the baby. You know, I'm sorry, but the plumbing is not working like that. But this politician seems to think it is. You know, and we wonder why Boeing is having an issue with their Starliner when we're having so many people who can't do basic stuff anymore. I mean, which Mars spacecraft was that they messed up because they were using different, you know, not using English standards instead of metric and put in the wrong number? I can't remember which one it was. You know, a very simple problem. And they lost the entire spacecraft from that. And we're kind of awestruck that China is launching their own space station, and how rapidly they did that, and how quickly they got people up there, and how they launched their first Mars rover, and it was completely successful in the very first attempt. Why? Well, because China's watched everybody else do that. China's watched everybody else make mistakes, and they just didn't repeat those mistakes. I'm not going to sit here and say China is better and they know what they're doing. You know, they've had other countries. Russia's already done it. Russia's sent stuff to Mars. We've sent so much stuff to Mars. All that information is available, and they can look at it and they can learn from our mistakes. Learn from somebody else's mistakes. Don't repeat those same mistakes. And that's exactly what China did. They learned from everybody else's mistakes. And for anybody that's still online right now, while we make this long drive, thank you for continuing your watching of the quick little Tesla road trip. It's kind of nice to be able just to do a live stream and while I'm on a long road trip, and that way I can just talk and not feel like I'm just talking to myself, even though I may be talking to myself. It gives me the illusion that I'm not talking to myself. So the illusion that I'm not crazy. I have to wonder where I would be if I would have done things differently in my life. It is always a long drive. But I've enjoyed riding in this Tesla all the time. I am glad I bought the Tesla. I have no regrets. I did pay cash for it, full price. It was a hard decision at the time. But with everything that was going on, it just made sense. Economically. It's not so much, for me, it's not, oh, it's environment, I'm saving the world, I'm not, doing this or that. I'm looking at what it costs me to operate this vehicle, what it costs me to travel, what it costs me in time and money of having to do oil changes and tune-ups and everything else that you have to do on a regular vehicle. Not having that anymore. If things really got bad, I can use some solar panels, set them up, and charge the car, be it very slowly, off the solar panels. I can't find free gas for my Tahoe. So it's a matter of being a survivalist, per se. I mean, when the pandemic hit, a lot of people around me were having a hard time. They were trying to figure out how to pay their bills, how they're going to pay their mortgage, how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to pay off their credit cards. And for me, I had no debt and credit cards. I had no mortgage. My house was paid for. I had no bills to speak of. Which is the only way to feel free and not have that stress. I came down to Boca Chica in October. I'm staying in a hotel. I'm paying monthly. So I am not back in Louisiana where I normally make decent money. I am down here watching something watching our future. Watching the future of the human race. Watching someone who is doing something to get the human race onto Mars. To really fulfill a future goal that we should have been doing long ago. And with that, I'm just driving Uber to make enough money to pay for the hotel room and to make extra money to pay what little bills I have and to try to buy more equipment so I can take better pictures. To try to get ahead so that I don't have to do all this driving once I get the equipment that I want to get. And I feel sad sometimes when I look at some of these YouTube channels and they're all asking for their Patreons to donate more money so that they can afford to move down here and cover SpaceX. It's like, why should your viewers pay for your move? You know, to me, that's kind of crazy. And they can help offset your move, but why should they be the ones paying for your new home? Paying for all new furniture for your new home because you don't want to pack anything up. You just want to drive down here just to photograph SpaceX. Oh, by the way, I don't have a camera, so I need y'all to also help me buy a new camera to cover for you. I mean, if you want to cover SpaceX, cover SpaceX. You know, if you make money off of it through monetization or what have you, that's great. Go ahead. There's a lot of people doing that. And it's crazy. You know, some people deserve it. I mean, Mary, Boca Chica girl, I mean, she lives down there. And now she's doing all this photography work there and working hard where she was, I guess, enjoying a peaceful, quiet life before SpaceX showed up. You know, is she getting overwhelmed? How is she handling it? You know, does anybody ever ask her that? Yeah, we all thank her for her pictures and stuff and all this stuff, but you know, it's not easy to get out there every day in that beating sun of those mosquitoes and everything else, trying to watch everything that SpaceX is doing. And I hope she's being compensated well for that. She deserves it. Because I don't see her out there begging people for money, telling people that they need to send me more money so I can afford to move down here. You know, that's fine. I want to move here because I like the area. I'm not asking people to pay for my home. You know, I am working myself to make that money. And if I have time to go and film more stuff over at SpaceX, I will try to find that time. If people donate money, that's up to them. It's not something I'm going to ask for. You know, I do have links for, my PayPal and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't expect anybody to ever send any money. And I've just never been one for handouts. I've never applied for unemployment. I've never, applied for food stamps. It's just, I will figure out my way to survive on my own. And that's the only way, you can finish this world, is to sit back and say, I did it my way. And I was able to survive. I won the game. I have lived my life. And yes, I know there's some lines from a song. And God rest my mother. We played that at her funeral because we know that my mother lived her life her way. She was a trip. But that's one thing my parents instilled in me, is that all that matters is that you were able to do the best that you could do, and you took care of yourself and those you love around you. And too many people now these days feel that it's everybody else's responsibility to pay their own way, or to pay their way. And there are people out there in situations where they need help, where they can't do it themselves. They're the ones who need the help. So yeah, it gets frustrating to be over there taking pictures at SpaceX, hearing some of these other people on their YouTube channels spouting out numbers, saying how close they are to getting the amount of money they need to move here. And we just need more donations. I mean, okay, you have a YouTube channel. That's good. You have a lot of viewers. You have a lot of content. Okay, YouTube's paying you, money for what commercials they run during your YouTube. It may not be much. But that's good. But isn't asking people to send money for your new home the same as panhandling? I don't know. That's just my feeling. It just feels wrong. It feels wrong on so many levels. Growing up, I never thought I'd be walking around asking people to buy a house for me. Hey, I want to move here. Can you buy me a house? That's basically what they're doing. And yeah, there are a lot of people out there generous enough to give money and what have you, but, do we need? Is that a good thing? I don't know. me, I'm looking for a place. I see a lot of places for rent. I don't know if I want to sign a lease for any long period of time because I don't know how money flow is going to be for me. You know, I'm not talking about on YouTube. I'm talking about, you know, right now I'm basically doing Uber. I can start over doing some other business or what have you if I had capital for that. But I don't know, and I don't want to risk that. I don't want to be in a position where I, you know, can't pay the bills again. That's not a good way to live. That's too much stress. Not at this time and age. Not at my age. It's a little bit hard for me to completely start over again. You know, if I find someplace really cheap to buy, and I mean cheap, like 10 or 15,000, yeah, I might dump my money into that and buy a place. I can scratch that up. You know, might have to sell some stocks or what have you. It's not like I have a big nest egg. It's not like I'm sitting back on a bunch of money that went from a lottery. Oh, and by the way, back in 1996, my mom asked me to play the lottery, and she told me what numbers to play. I didn't hit those I didn't play. Those numbers did hit. So if your mom ever tells you to play a lottery and tells you some numbers to play, play them. Play them. You never know what's going to happen. I still kick myself for that. It's like, really? Wow. $1. $1. That's all it would have been. And, you know, I just never got around to it. It was like, oh, well. It happens. But it's hard when you have money and you lose it to get back to that stance before. When I was younger, I had a lot of money. I was in a good position because I wasn't spending money, but I was making money. Every time I turned around, I was making money. And not meaning to. It was just, I had money coming in, but no money going out. Then I started dating, and, you know, a few years went by. I'm living on park benches, completely broke. Her and the kids got everything they ever wanted. And it's like, after that, the drive was not there. Because I had the feeling that you make it, and someone's going to try to take it. I don't know if that makes sense or not. So for a long time, it was just, I didn't put money away. I hate to think where I would be today if I would have went back to putting money away and saving it. But throughout past relationships or what have you, just too many people just took and took and took. And they were just there until they got all your money, and then they're gone. You know? And it's sad that that's the world we're in. And it's sad that it's so hard to get back up after that. I was born in 1965. I'm 56 years old now. I've only been married once, and only for a short time. And I have absolutely no kids to my name. I have no kids of my own. My first girlfriend had 3 kids. My second girlfriend had 3 kids. My third girlfriend had 3 kids. Then the other girlfriend after that had no kids. My ex-wife had no kids. I've raised 9 children. You know, all those girlfriends with those kids through middle school, high school. The limited time I spent with those kids, you know, I helped to open their eyes. Some of them were just, you know, some have never left the state they were born in. They didn't know. They've lived such a sheltered life. They'd never gone and opened their mind, and I miss that. I miss taking them to the science museum and letting them discover stuff and learn something and enjoy learning it and opening their eyes. Girlfriend with her 3 kids, it was kind of sweet. They actually gave me a Father's Day card telling me how I was more of a father than their father has ever been to them. Which is a shame, because now, you know, she's out on her own with her kids. When she left, it turns out she was waiting for her ex-boyfriend to get out of prison. Oh, great. Thank you. I was just there for the years that your ex-boyfriend was in prison. That's nice to know. I don't know. I diverge. But no, it just bothers me when I see these people doing YouTube streams and they're pushing for you to pay for their new life. Now, there are channels I watch, not just on SpaceX. The Simon Whistler, he does a lot of stuff. And he does a whole lot of videos. I'm talking about 6 or 7 different videos for different channels that he has a day. And he's straight out there. It's like, you're paying for my life. And you know, he's not asking for people to send him money. He's cranking out good content on a lot of different subjects and making money off the monetization and the sponsors. That's the way you should do it. You shouldn't be asking these people out here to send you money for your home. You should be out here, I'm covering SpaceX, and I would like your company to sponsor me, and I will advertise or mention your company in my videos, you know, for a certain amount of money or what have you. I don't know, you know, whatever camera you're using. See if they'll sponsor you. Why ask for your viewers to send you money for a home? Besides it being easy to do. And I hope they're doing things right, because they need to pay taxes on all that. And are they going to expect the viewers to pay those taxes for them? Because they need to claim all that as gifts or incomes and what have you. So they need to be careful with all those donations they make and they get for that home. You know, I know the everyday astronaut, you know, he has a nice piece of house, his Mars Studio B, Well, he's going to have to deal with the property taxes there in Texas that he's going to have to pay every year. And for all that money that was, donated to help him purchase that, he's going to have to pay taxes on that as income. Now, I'm sure, with everything he's doing, he's making enough money that that's not an issue for him. But, he's been cranking out so much content, and he already has, the viewers and the hours of people watching his videos. So he's already getting monetized by YouTube. What is he pulling in on an average video? That's his income. That's his money coming in. That's what you use to grow your own business. In a way, it does make me mad. I mean, I see people, I'm not joking. To be honest, I've seen some out there, they're doing their thing. They're trying to get people donating money. They're bragging, and telling me how they got so many more months left of unemployment. So it's like, okay, you're living on unemployment, but yet you're raking in money and getting people to buy you a home. What about the people who really need that unemployment money? What about the people who can't afford their kids because they don't have enough money coming in? We only have so much money to go around. There's so much that I want to do. And I don't know why this car is having fun changing lanes. Why did it go back in this lane? There's nobody in front of me. Come on, Tesla. Now it's going to go back. Hello. But to be fair, there was construction here a while back. And that it may still think there is, seeing how there's still some cones here. They've recently removed some of that construction area. But yeah, one day I'm waiting for a police officer to ask me, why am I going back and forth between lanes? Thank you for signaling for doing that, but why are you doing that? It's like, bored. I was trying to dance, doing a little jig in the road. It does weird things like that every now and then. I don't. I just laugh at it. We're now coming up to Richmond, Texas. Reminds me of Richmond, Virginia, my home state, home city. I really miss Richmond, Virginia. I need to drive up there one day and visit my dad and my mother's graves and pay my respects to them. I just wish if my dad was alive to see what Elon Musk is doing. So much about what Elon is doing is stuff that my dad talked about. I mean, we spent hours talking about what they could do with spacecrafts. He mentioned, him picturing a day of a spacecraft going up and coming back down and landing and going back up again. He would have loved to have seen it. When I was born, my dad was a little bit too old to teach me how to play football and stuff like that. So he taught me math and electronics and different sciences. And the moon is beautiful tonight. That would have been a beautiful picture to get that over there at Boca Chica. If only I was there. I don't know if it's showing up on the camera. The rearview mirror may be out of the way. It's a little bit too high in the air. This supercharger is next to a Freddy's restaurant, which has pretty good custard. Custard is like ice cream, but made with egg white, or eggs. I think just egg white instead of milk. It's a lot richer, but it's good. If you've never tried frozen custard, definitely try it. We're coming up to some nice superchargers. These are back to back to each other, which is kind of a unique setup. But again, another supercharger here. There's one other Tesla here. Looks like a Model S. Yes, it's a Model S. He's over here charging. This here is technically my last charging stop before my destination. It says I just need 10 minutes. Okay, actually there is another Tesla on the other side. I didn't see him behind me. This one here is unique because the way they're set, you can park on either side and charge. But yeah, I don't have to be here that long for this one to get to my destination. It says 10 minutes. But I may give it a little bit more time because once I get to the destination, I got to load the car up and start heading back. So I definitely want to have enough to make a round trip between here and there, even though there are other ones near there too. And as we're sitting here, this one here is also another 150 kilowatt supercharger. So I'm not sure how many people have been hanging out with me all night. I appreciate the company. It was really nice. It was nice answering some of the questions when I have time to do that. I am a little tired, but I'm still very functional with the car doing a lot of its driving for me. It does help out. I'm about 50 miles from my final destination. Or 48 miles. And we are in the Houston area, so there are other superchargers closer or near my destination. which, let's see here. My destination's there. Let's show me. Yeah, there's like a supercharger right there. Number 5. In the Jersey Village. Looks like another one right here too. North Houston, that one's available as well. So yeah, I could probably just be done charging here in 10 minutes, get to the destination, then hit a supercharger closer to there on the way out. I was aiming for midnight, but it looks like it might be 12:15, a little after midnight. We did run into a lot of construction areas where the speed limit was dropped down. It was normally 75, so for a good hour, I was doing only 55, 60 because of the construction areas. That adds more to your trip. And of course, I'm here at the Freddy's, and they just now cutting off the lights because it's 11 o'clock at night. Kind of reminds me of like being a radio DJ on YouTube. And now you're listening to Tesla on the Road. We're heading to the Niagara Falls area. But yeah, I've really put a lot of miles on here for a year. And 88,472 miles. I've driven to New York City. I've been to Cape Canaveral, Florida several times. Roswell, New Mexico. Nashville. Memphis, Tennessee. I did see someone at the Sapphire at the Pearl Hotel on the island driving a Ford Mach-E, and he wasn't having the best of times because there are no high-speed DC chargers for them down that far in Texas, so he's having to use slow chargers everywhere. Now, I would really hate to have to use a level 1 charger everywhere I go. To know after a couple hundred miles, I'm going to have to spend 4 hours waiting to charge before I can keep going again. And what DC superchargers that they do have in Corpus Christi, some 3.5 hours away, is outrageously priced. So what I will wind up doing is whenever I get back on the road, we just take it a little more easily. And you don't want idle time on a supercharger. Once you're done charging, you disconnect and you carry on. If you stay plugged in, after you finish charging, after 5 minutes, you start incurring an idle fee, which is $1 for every minute you're still plugged in at most superchargers. They say that's only when the supercharger is at 50% capacity. I've never really tried to risk it, but we have some time to the destination we have to get to. So I will probably stop at one point and take a nap for an hour and continue the ride for a few more hours and take another nap for an hour and continue on throughout the entire night. That's also what I do when I have to go home to cut the grass. It's a 12-hour drive one way home. So I drive it nonstop, get home, work on the yard, work on the grass, get it cut, try to cut that down to the less amount of time as possible. Shower, and then hit the road and head back. So I may spend 24 to 36 hours with no sleep, driving and working. And it's just a shame I can't get anybody out there to actually want to make any money and cut the grass for me. I'm sorry. When I was a kid, it's like, oh, money? Sure. You know, I would do anything for money. I mean, you know, if it was a way to make money, I wouldn't really hesitate to try to go for it. You know, and I would do it smartly. Yeah, parents maybe $10 to do some chores, and I'll pay my sister $5 to do it for me, and I'll keep the other $5 and not do them. You know, yeah, I still made money, but it works. And I'm just kind of reading up on some questions that someone's talking about and mentioning. Of course, we do already, have enough charge to continue our trip. I'm going to give it a little bit more time to get a little bit more charge, which will shorten the next trip. But yeah, we weren't here very long at all, and that's another $2.88. So to make my 7-hour trip, we're now at $3. And to say if I was heading home, if this destination is home, 7-hour drive. Because what time did we leave? We left, we left around 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. Yeah, we left at 4:30, so 7.5 hours of driving. And we're spending a total of $4, $8, $12, $14. Yeah, $14. So, yeah, for people who complain about the length of time it takes to charge, when you look at the price that you're paying, I think it's really worth it. When my Tesla got hit, just to drive to Corpus Christi, and let you know, I just had to stop once to charge for that. So it cost me $4 to drive from South Padre Island to Corpus Christi in the Tesla. But when I was driving a rental vehicle, which had good gas mileage, it cost me at least $25, $30. And that really does add up quite a bit. And personally, I don't think the charging times is that much of an issue. It's not that inconvenient. It's, we should be stopping more often, getting out and stretching our legs and moving around some. I'm sitting in the car talking. Usually some people go out and they walk a few laps and get some exercise in. Lord knows, look at my gut, I can use some exercise. And when I get out there to those dunes to photograph SpaceX, oh man, it wears me out. I really need to exercise more. But I'm going to go ahead and charge and continue the rest of my trip here for the next 15 minutes, I believe it is, until my destination. I will keep streaming. I'll cut it off when I get there. I really appreciate everybody listening in or watching in. It's been really nice. I really thank the likes. Thank you very much for the likes. There are some people out there just like to give thumbs down on everything they possibly can just because they don't like anything. Oh well, that's fine. If you want to play Caesar and think you're going to terminate someone's life by a thumbs down, that's fine. You know, the likes do help, makes it nice. The subscribes are nice too. If you can watch one of my videos for an hour, or just pick one of my live streams that I played before with the music to just relax to at night when you're sleeping, that helps get some of the hours up there. I need to get the hours up to 4,000 hours a year, and keep them up there. And hey, you know, if money starts coming in through YouTube, then I can spend more time over there making stuff for YouTube. But like I say, at this time, I don't make any money on YouTube. So it's hard for me to dedicate the time filming and documenting stuff when I'm not getting paid for it. Be right back. Now, I don't mind volunteering my time to explain stuff and teach stuff when I have time that I can volunteer. We are in the society where the businesses and the companies won't accept, you know, they want their money. And, you know, my hotel each month, they want their money. It's coming up at the end of this month here. I got to make sure I have enough money saved for them if I want to stay down here in Boca Chica for another month. Boca Chica area, the island, South Padre Island, it's kind of nice. Doing what I do, I can actually make a little bit of money. Driving Uber, driving people around who need rides to the airport, driving some of the guys I know at SpaceX, you know, when they need rides, be it they were out partying and didn't want to drink and drive, they're responsible enough to call and have someone give them a ride. I don't mind doing that. It's kind of fun when I get to hang out with them and listen to them talk and be included. It's nice to be able to listen to some of that stuff and be on their same level and understand what they're talking about. You know, it's just, it's nice. Sometimes I wish if I can talk about what they talk about, but yeah, that's all stuff that they have to they're working on it. They got to keep it under wraps. And it's fun to be able to sit there and kind of mention stuff to them and them get kind of shocked looks. So many people out there are taking wild guesses at some of the stuff they're doing, and some of them are pretty close. Some of them are very funny. But what they're doing over there is groundbreaking. And I can't wait for the next thing. The insight we've gotten from the everyday astronaut over there looking at his interview with Elon Musk. There was a pretty good laid-back tour in question and answering. You could tell that sometimes Elon did not want to answer some questions. There are some things that he don't want to talk about. And you have to respect that. They got a lot going on. But it's also good that he took the time to give him that tour and to answer those questions and bring everybody in to SpaceX to show them around. It'll be nice if SpaceX would open up to tours to the public. We know that high schools are getting tours over there every now and then. But, with COVID-19 and stuff, that may be a while before the general public can get over there and have a tour. Yes, I'm still going. I still have the stream going, the YouTube stream going. But once I get to my destination and pick that person up, I'll be heading back, and I'll continue driving until morning. I won't be streaming. So I'll be killing the stream then. But this is another good thing about the Tesla, especially the full self-driving of the Tesla. How it does so much of the work for me. It's not strenuous driving. And you don't think of driving as being strenuous. But when you're constantly scanning, watching all the traffic around you, and everything that you normally do driving a regular car, it does get tiring. You do get worn out. But letting the car do the driving for me, I do not feel as tired as quickly. I still feel very alert, very awake, still going, no problems at all. I'm not chugging caffeine. I'm not chugging 5-hour energy. That's not an advertisement for 5-hour energy. Unless somebody with 5-hour energy wants to sponsor me, talk to me. I'll be glad to plug your product. I've used it before, and I do drive a lot of driving. I haven't used it in a while, but I'll give you a plug. If you want to pay me for that, hey, I will get on here and do a lot of other YouTube long drives and say this one's sponsored by 5-hour energy. But I wouldn't mind that. It just and don't come with an offer. We'll pay for your electricity on your trip. I mean, $14. Come on, I almost spend that much just at McDonald's. It's sad that sometimes on long road trips, just snack foods that I waste money on was more than what it cost me to charge the damn car. I mean, to me, that's outrageous. I mean, I love it. That's why I'm driving the car. That's why I put 88,000 miles on it. I mean, I've driven from Lafayette, Louisiana to New York City, then down to Cape Canaveral, then back to Lafayette for barely anything. I mean, it was cheap. And God forbid, if I wanted to really be cheap, I can just go look for destination chargers and spend a lot longer period of time hitting the destination chargers and go for practically nothing, since most destination chargers are free to use. Yeah, you're only charging about 28, 29, maybe 30 miles an hour, and you may have to sit there for 4 or 5 hours, but if you wanted to really be a penny pincher, hey, you could do it in a Tesla. I have ran into a couple people who actually have been living in their car. and traveling the country using destination chargers. Others that live in their car, but they use superchargers too, so they're paying for the electricity. With the navigation on autopilot and how well it does, I feel comfortable that if for some reason I fell asleep, I would be safe. So, that's not saying I'm going to keep driving and sleep while I'm driving, no. But I do feel that I am not going to find myself in a ditch somewhere. It does a very good job, and like I say, when it does take an exit for me on the Navigate Autopilot, this right now, that's what we're in. It will pass slower vehicles in front of me. If there's somebody slower, it will switch lanes to pass. It'll take the proper interchanges and exits for me. If it was taking an exit and I did not respond by hitting the accelerator, let them know I was paying attention, it will come to the end of that exit and come to a complete stop by itself. I have found that if I don't keep the hand on the wheel, if I just let it go, it will start aborting the full autopilot, but it will keep you in the lane anyway, and it'll keep beeping at you, and then eventually it will kick in the emergency blinkers and start slowing down. I believe it too will come to a complete stop. I have not tested it fully to see if it'll pull over on the shoulder or not, but I do know that it will turn on the emergency blinkers and it will start slowing down and potentially come to a complete stop at some point. So if you ever see a Tesla with the emergency blinkers on at a complete stop, something's happened to the driver. He may have a medical condition, something might have happened to him, he may have fallen asleep or what have you. But the car is doing what it can do to keep the passenger safe and the driver safe. Which when you're on autopilot, even if you're a driver, you're technically the passenger. So yeah, to answer the question, yeah, I feel very comfortable and confident in the car's abilities. And having driven the car for 88,000 miles and using the full autopilot and navigate on autopilot 99% of the time, it does make me feel a lot more at ease in the car. Yeah, right now it's saying it's getting ready to do a lane change on its own. It needs to kind of switch over, change lanes. So it's now signaling and it's now changing lanes on its own. And it's doing another lane change. So it's switching the different interstates. It's not going to go to the tollway. It's taking 69 north through Houston. Now, I see a lot of accidents happen on interstates and interchanges where someone is suddenly braking because they are missing their exit or their turn. This is where the Tesla makes it a lot safer because it's more confident in the direction it's going. So it's not going to be all of a sudden, oh, that's my exit, I'm missing it. So it makes it safer all around because of that. We overlook all these little things that cause accidents. Like changing lanes. Well, when you change lanes, you got to look over your shoulder, make sure no one's in your lane. When you're looking over your shoulder, you're no longer looking straight ahead. If the car in front of me comes to a complete stop, I'm not looking at that car because I'm trying to change lanes. Letting the Tesla do that, it's looking at everything all around. It knows if there's cars next to me. It's watching the car in front of me. You know, it makes lane changes a lot safer. In all honesty, you know, a lot less time. You know, if it's 8 cameras, it's watching the road all around. Where I may have 2 eyes, but I can't look in 2 directions at once. I'm not cross-eyed. And you know, I'm having to look at different mirrors and cameras or different angles to try to see things. So the Tesla has a better vision than I do around. And we're just talking about a pure vision aspect. We're not talking about radar. We're not talking about, you know, the ultrasounds on the side of the car for detecting. We're just talking about what the car can see with its cameras. It has good enough coverage that it sees everything at once. And it develops all that into one big picture, one big 360-degree picture that sees everything at once. And it processes that all at once. You know, for simplicity, we break it down of what it sees per camera, but in the computer's memory, it doesn't do it per camera. It can do it all in one image, it's all interlaced and combined, which is the only way to really do it. So it does a very good job. And, you know, some people complain that, you know, on the overview, the preview here for the driving, you know, they may complain that it doesn't show everything, but, you know, it's only showing what it knows it can identify. It's seeing everything. And as long as it doesn't hit the unknown object, it doesn't have to show it. So it's only showing a picture of what it thinks it sees. So if Santa Claus and his, you know, reindeer were there, it will still see it. It may not know what it is. It may not show a picture of it, but it will still avoid hitting it. And the main thing for the car is not to hit something. And that's all that really matters to the car, is don't hit something. Don't get in a wreck. Even those cars passing by, yeah, some of them cut kind of close in front of me, but the car didn't brake or anything because they were going faster, so it knew they didn't need to brake. And they are exceeding the speed limit. You know, I tend not to drive over the speed limit. I've never had a speeding ticket, so I don't have to worry about it. But it's also nice, you know, with the Tesla seeing the speed limit signs and adjusting for those speed zones. It would be nice if it would adjust before you hit that speed limit, especially when it decreases. Because some police departments, they consider the speed limit, if it goes from 55 to 45, they want you to be doing that 45 when you hit that sign, not start going to 45 after you pass that sign. So some places can be kind of a little pushy on that. So if you do ever find yourself going down to South Padre Island to watch a launch at SpaceX, watch out for that area. They will try to, you know, they want you to be doing the speed limit when you reach that sign, not shortly afterwards. So just be cautious and pay attention to that. But yeah, the full self-driving, I have very high confidence in its abilities right now. As Monroe Live has even said in his, you know, trials in the beta version that he's driven, that it should be released by now. You know, just what it's doing is phenomenal. And, you know, I see some of these guys testing the full self-driving. Oh, I kind of feel like sometimes they take over sooner than they should. Yeah, I think they panic sooner than they should. They feel like the car is creeping out more than what it is. But the problem is, a lot of us don't have a real grasp of exactly where the nose of the car is. So we may think the nose of the car is in traffic when it's not. They may feel like they're closer to a wall than they actually are, and it has to do with your perspective and how you're sitting in the car and where the front of your car is and stuff. So I think sometimes they panic a little more. I have seen my car get pretty close to some construction cones, but it usually does stay away from a few inches, and it does a very good job at that. It was something that, for me, I would be a little more nervous with. And this, yeah, the Tesla's doing a good job at switching lanes and changing and passing the slower vehicles. I have it set, 65. I do have it in the Mad Max mode, so it will, aggressively pass vehicles as needed. If they're going like 1 or 2 miles under the speed limit, like right now, it's getting ready to change lanes again. It sees the car in front of me is going maybe 64 miles per hour. Smooth job. It's giving plenty of clearance from the vehicle behind me and changing out of the passing lane, because I do have that option set not to stay in the passing lane. And like I say, I just have my hand on the wheel. I'm not doing any steering. I just apply a little pressure so it doesn't get annoyed, so that it knows that I'm paying attention. I have never in my life been one to drive 10 and 2 or 11 and 1. I've always driven 7 o'clock because, I'm used to driving a stick shift. I miss driving a stick shift. Or back in the day, I used to have a tablet on my computer that I was always constantly using while driving. Of course, we can't do that now because people don't multitask anymore. But years ago, that wasn't so much of an issue. So I've always been a one-handed driver, and I find it easier, especially keeping it inside that loop at the bottom. That's why I don't see a problem with the yoke in the Model S Plaid or in the Cybertruck, because you still have that opening down at the bottom. And people who are handicapped and only have one arm, they're used to using a single knob anyway. And for me, having that right there at the 7 o'clock position on the inside of the wheel, I can run my hand on the inside around that wheel and spin the wheel all the way around several times without having to readjust my grip and do a hand over hand method that a lot of people do for turning, which some people find aggravating when doing sharp turns. They have to turn the wheel more than 2 or 3 times, or more than one time. I find it faster and safer. When I've done some defensive driving courses and what have you, you get used to that. A lot of police officers, that's kind of how they drive, because they are busy with the radio and everything else at the other hand. They have a lot to do, so they're not used to having both hands on the wheel at all times. But that's the way I've always driven. And my first car was a Ford Mustang Cobra 2. Oh my God, that the 4 months that I had it. I was 15 years old when I bought that car and had my driver's license. I paid $2,000 for it, and 4 months later, somebody offered me $10,000. I didn't think twice. I sold it. I bought a Monte Carlo for $1,000. I made money. And Right now it is changing out of this lane to get into the other one. It's following the proper course. And now it's going to move over again, waiting for that car to finish passing. And that car is coming up way too fast on the right-hand side there, but it saw it and waited for it. Very good, Tesla. Thank you very much. Now it's in the middle lane, following its course where it should go. And for some reason, it's going back into the other lane it just got out of. About a fail, but but it could be because these cars are going too slow in front of us. Still going on the right route. It's not missing its exit. It's switching interstates from 69 to 45 on its own. Which for me, you know, I am really comfortable with the car handling it. You know, it's doing a very good job. It's following the proper route. It's handling the traffic, even though it's not. It's getting ready to merge in here. It's waiting for that lane to clear. It wants to get over one more lane. It's clear. It's switching over. Thank you. Always talk kindly to your car. Especially if you have a Tesla. It is a computer, so it does, you know, your phone does hook to it, so you know, you don't want to make your car mad. It might wind up, you know, talking to your bank account, donating your money somewhere it shouldn't go. It really didn't need a signal for that, but it was polite to do that since there was a vehicle there anyway, and these two lanes were merging into one. Unlike the other car who in front of me that was staying in the pretty much on the shoulder. Now it's starting to get over with this car next to me. Okay, he's changed lanes too, so it cleared. Okay. I have noticed this will be aggressive in changing lanes. If it really needs to get over, it'll start going to the line and back and forth to let the other car know that it wants to get over. But as you can see, it's pretty impressive how well this is handling. Coming through Houston area here like this, I have never been this to this area. So I don't know these interchanges, these exits. I would have to be looking at the map trying to figure out where my next exit is and what have you. And this just makes it so much more relaxing, letting the car do it. It's handling it well. And for me, I would probably be slowing down quite a bit, trying to figure out where I'm going to go, which would not be safe with all this other traffic zooming by, trying to buy here quickly. So it's better having a car that already knows where it needs to go, where it needs to get to be, handling all that. It just makes it a lot safer than me trying to figure it out as I drive. Getting out of this turning lane back into the middle. It actually okay. So yeah, hopefully whoever's online watching is enjoying how well this car is handling all of this. Like I say, I am not driving. I am just sitting here, keeping a little pressure on the steering wheel, paying attention. The car is making all the decisions for changing lanes, switching interstates, and navigating me to my destination safely and professionally. It's driving very well. It's handling the traffic. It's passing the slower vehicles. It's taking the proper interchanges and exits. It tickles me how well this car does. You know, I cannot, you know, if someone's elderly parents are looking for a car, you got to get them in a test. You got to get them used to doing this. It'll just make their life safer, letting the car handle this and making these decisions. It just, the way it handles the interstates is already done. That's why when you see people testing the full self-driving beta of our software, you know, when they get on the interstate, it switches back to the navigation on the interstate. That's because that is already doing a great job. They just need to implement it into the full self-driving package the same way. But it's done a very good job already. And yeah, like I said, for all the miles I put on this, I have learned that the car does a very good job on its own. Well, I think just glancing at your question, it was kind of a big question, so I didn't get to read it all. I'm not a fast reader. English has always been a problem with me. I have to see every solitary letter. I'm more of a math person. But integrating a health monitoring system in a Tesla, yeah, that would be great. You know, to be able to detect if someone is having a seizure and automatically route them to a hospital and to notify authorities. Like I say, right now, if I was to take my hands off the wheel and not put in any input into the car at all, let it error out of me not putting the resistance on the wheel, the car will start slowing down. It will put on the emergency blinkers. I think it'll come to a complete stop eventually. I don't know if it pulls the shoulder or not. I'm sending a text message to 911 with my location to check on the driver. It would not be hard for them to do that. So if someone was to have a heart attack or something while driving, it will wind up noticing that the driver is no longer putting input in their car or isn't paying attention and pull over. Now, they can get a little more advanced. Let's have the camera in the car watching the person. They see some drooping at a side of the face. Hey, the passenger might be having a stroke. Let's get 911 out there. You know, if they want to to the car's feature, to be able to see the face's reaction, to see if someone is having a medical problem. It would help a lot. It'll make everybody safer, and you'll be more. You have something going on road trips, and we worry about them. You know, are you going to be okay? You know, don't push yourself. You know, here, have a car watch for you. You know, if anything, also, you know, drive by itself. You know, let us use that camera and do two-way video calls while we're driving, and we wouldn't have to worry about the car. Your parents will be safe. Your kids will be safe. There's so much already built into this Tesla. I was just watching, the review of like the Mach-E, and okay, for its autonomous driving, for Ford's whatever they call it, they charge extra for that. Then they got to install the hardware. All Teslas already have the hardware. There's no more hardware to add to them. When you buy a Tesla, even if you don't get the full self, you still have the full self-driving computer there. You still have all the cameras there. You still have all the sensors there. It's already there. Unlike that is a different package. So if you didn't buy it with that, well, you later have to pay for that, and you have to take it in the shop. They'll have to install all that stuff and charge you whatever to install. Not to mention, I was mentioning one video about a person's experience with the Mach-E, how, you got the list price, but once he got done, the dealer was trying to tack on so many extra prices, another $15,000. Made a $50,000 car closer to $75,000 because of dealership fees and stuff. That's something you don't have with Tesla. And the government's EV summit that they had, they didn't invite Tesla. Well, Tesla was not a union company, so Tesla is not a company that the government's bailed out either. I mean, all those other ones that showed up, the government bailed out. The government gave money. They're wasting our tax dollars. But Tesla is far ahead of all those EV companies. They're not trying to switch to EV. They've created. They've shown that this is what it can do. Electric cars have been around for a long time, but Tesla's really showed you electric car. The electric car can be practical. Why was it, solar panels? All houses had these solar panels. Why was it until Tesla took over doing solar panels and solar systems? It took Tesla to design a solar roof. Why didn't anybody else ever do that? It only makes sense. Have an interchangeable roof that generates solar instead of putting solar panels on top. Why is it and the companies he's doing is just doing things to make sense? Why is it in the Tesla, when you look at the cooling system, why they have so many fewer lines and pumps, so much shorter than anybody else, and keeping everything compact and close together? Why aren't the other companies doing that? Why are the other companies throwing so much more unneeded stuff into a vehicle? It's just a part of their mindset. I have had times when I was driving and on autopilot, and I would get in a sneezing. My eyes get so watery and blurry that normally I would have to pull over because I wouldn't be able to drive, and I have a hard time trying to pull over because I couldn't see. But with the full self-driving, at least then I get on the grab a rag or what have you, wipe my eyes, clear my eyes, get it out of there while I'm still traveling and be safe in that situation. That was just something that happened to me once. When you're down there on the island, there's so much sand and stuff that can get really irritating at times. And it is kind of frustrating here on this Houston here. Yeah, the speed limit's 60 miles per hour. I'm doing 65, but we got these cars shooting past you, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm maintaining the speed limit. And I'm not going to go this crazy on speed. No, that didn't come out right. I don't do speed. I don't do drugs. I'm very anti-drug. You know, yeah, I know there's a lot of people want to try to say, oh, I don't do that. I've never been one for that. I think it causes issues. It's best to avoid it. You know, yeah, if you need it for medical reasons, that's a different situation. Recreation, I find rock climbing a good way to get by. I find spelunking and caving a good way to get down. There's other things you can do besides illegal substances. I diverse, sorry. My mind kind of wanders at times. And just to let you know, yeah, that's just the way I am. I'm a big multitasker. When I'm normally at home, I'm surrounded by, I have to be doing more than two things at one time. I can't sit down and do one thing at a time. It's that's just not the way my mind works. And you know, even right now, I'm talking to y'all, but I'm thinking about 8 different other things. I'm all over the place with a lot of different things I'm thinking about. And it varies in so many different things. I still, you know, always have something that's going through my mind that I'm working on. And right now, it's taking all the proper interchanges, all the lane changes, coming up here to take the exit here that I should be taking. And it's on the exit ramp right now, and it's saying navigation on autopilot is ending, and it's now ending, and it's going to prompt me to tap the accelerator. Autopilot navigation complete. Press accelerator to resume, which is trying to make sure I'm awake. If I'm not awake, it will come to a complete stop and turn on the emergency blinkers. It'll pull all the way over and not just block the exit ramp, but I think maybe blocking the exit ramp wouldn't be a bad thing. With the emergency blinkers on, because at least people will be checking on me. So if something did happen to me and it took that exit ramp, someone's going to be walking up to my car window very shortly to find out why I'm stopped off the interstate and blocking traffic. So in a way, that would help. So, you know, yeah, you know, have a seizure or a stroke or something there and was on the interstate, when it came off that off-ramp, it would have come to a complete stop on its own and probably initiated the emergency blinkers, as I've noticed it will do if I didn't hit that accelerator again to resume, to make sure I was paying attention. So I really think that would actually help, you know, if someone was having a medical problem. Yeah, people do give Tesla a lot of flack, this and that. It is a very inventive corporate company, done a lot more than what people would think. They don't give it credit. You got people talking about just driving Uber, I meet a lot of people. I hear a lot of comments. I've had someone's like, "Oh, you're in a Tesla. Oh my God! If you get in a wreck, it's going to explode and burn, and you'll die." Well, ICE vehicles have had more car fires from accidents than Teslas. That's just a fact. That's not just a statement. That's actually a fact, number wise. More car fires. I have been driving from Mississippi and saw a car go off the road because the guy fell asleep at the wheel and the car rolled a few times. And as I was running to the car to try to check on the person, the gas dripping everywhere, just, exploding into flames. It happens, to all vehicles. It doesn't matter if it's a battery or, if it's gasoline. It does happen. But that's the point with the Tesla, with the full autopilot self-driving, is to avoid accidents. And if other people on the road would avoid the accidents. It's like for me, when I got hit by the dump truck back in February, he came into my lane, he hit me. The Tesla tried to get out of the way. There were people on the road. But it did everything it could. It went as far right as it could. It started braking. It couldn't accelerate to get out of the way. Like I said, there were people physically walking in the road in front of me. So it was either hit the people or get hit by the truck. It got hit by the truck. Now, the way the truck hit me at the left rear tire, which would have spun my car around in front of the dump truck, and I would have been crushed by the dump truck. But the Tesla did a very good job keeping the car going straight, even though it was getting hit the way that dump truck hit me. So yeah, any other vehicle would have spun in front of that dump truck and would have been rolled over by that dump truck. But the Tesla stayed in the lane and as far to the right of the lane as it could. And I think if I was in any other car, I might have been crushed by that dump truck, thanks to a careless driver not paying attention. I do have a video on one of my YouTube videos of that, showing the footage from the cameras of the Tesla. You can see how the Tesla stayed in the lane. I was paying attention. I didn't have my hands on the wheel at the time. I did not override. It was doing everything it could. If I would have grabbed that steering wheel, maybe and jerked it and disenabled the autopilot, then maybe, it would have been worse. But letting the car handle it, it kept it in the road the way it was supposed to, kept it in its lane. Even though it was getting hit, it was trying to get away from the vehicle as far as it could. It was braking, and alarms were sounding that it was, getting hit. But it minimized the amount of damage that would have happened. So yeah, the Teslas I do find safer. It's sad when it gets hit. It's sad that it went up to San Antonio, and it sat up there for a while after the ice storm, and then they told me it's going to be 4 to 8 more weeks before they can start working on an estimate. And then it got moved to a different body shop, only to find out the first body shop was taking parts from my car to fix somebody else's, who was somebody very important and needed his car back quickly. Pretty much the same make and model as mine. And some of y'all might know who that is. He got hit a little bit before I did, but his car went to the same place that mine did. That body shop is no longer allowed to work on Teslas. They've lost their certification from Tesla because they were taking parts from other people's cars to fix others until they got those parts in. So it kind kind of hurt them on that. It made it longer for me to get my car back. It took 4.5 months to get my car back, because we also had the other problem is who's going to pay for this other shop that wasn't damaged in an accident that was taken from a previous body shop that didn't want to admit to everything they took. They even took my charger that I had in the car and my jack pucks for, jacking up the car. I had a set of those too, and they took those too. It's like, really? And okay, that was a short green light, but it stopped for the yellow and the red. It knew it wasn't going to make it. And I would have gone through that light, but because I would be going by the cars next to me going so fast. The Tesla saw the light was red, so it stopped. So yeah, we're not on the interstate, so it's not navigate on autopilot now, but it's autopilot. So it is watching the stoplights, stop signs, speed limit signs, adjusting for the speed zone, and coming to stop at stoplights. From other Teslas, if the light is turning yellow, I believe it pretty much an idea how long that light will be yellow for. So it will, if it knows it can make it safely without turning red, I believe it will go through. Okay, yeah, there is a stoplight up there, but for some reason it was coming to a stop for the light going under the bridge area. So that wasn't good. Yes, the cameras could see the light. I could see the light, but I could see it was red, so yeah, it was stopping for it. That's understandable. It wasn't good, but it was understandable. But anyway, I'm almost done. I hope you all have a good night. I have a long one for you. Thank you for being online. Thank you for watching. Please give thumbs up, like, and subscribe. If you're not doing anything tonight, just one long time lapse or one long videos so I can get some hours up there. I need to get a total of 4,000 hours a year, and then I make a little bit of money from the commercials that YouTube does. It would help a little bit to make some money. I don't know if you can make a lot of money off of YouTube. Some people say they make thousands, but I don't know. Maybe I can become a creator one day and really start talking about stuff. I don't know if you want to listen to me talk. I always have a lot to say, but yet I have nothing to say. Like my dad used to say, people have diarrhea of the mouth and constipation of the ideas. And sometimes I'm diarrhea of the ideas or constipation of the mouth. I just can't talk about what I'm thinking about. But anyway, I hope y'all have a good night. Love y'all. And take it easy.